All right, Cliff, if you want to kick things off, and then I'll read our script, and then we can go from there.
Okay, it's 4:30. Thank you. Stefan, thanks everyone. This is the first virtual Urban Design Commission meeting. I'm Cliff Goodhart, the chair of the commission. And if Janine, you could note the roll before we get started with our agenda. Stefan would just like to say a few words.
All right. Welcome to our virtual Urban Design Commission meeting. We're going to cover a few basic items before beginning. To the members of the UDC and city staff, the chair, clerk, and technical facilitator are responsible for muting and unmuting commissioners. Please be mindful that during roll call, all panelists will be unmuted until completed, at which time the chair will place all panelists back on mute. Voting will be considered unanimous. However, if you object to unanimous vote, please use the raise hand feature when the chair asks for objections. After clicking participants at the bottom of your screen, you can find the raise hand feature at the bottom of your participants list. Also use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak or ask questions. This includes staff who are being asked any questions. The chair will do their best to call on committee members in the order in which hands are raised. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Please wait for the chair to unmute you before speaking. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. If you are watching the live stream, please mute the stream now. There is a 30 to 40 second delay and the audio will cause feedback when you are unmuted. Members of the public who have registered to speak, when your name is called, the facilitator will find your name matching the name you provided in your registration and permit you to speak at that time. If your name does not match, you will not be permitted to speak. Please wait until you are unmuted to begin talking. The clerk will tell you when your time is up, or committee staff will tell you when your time is up. If you need to share documentation with the commission, please send it via email to udcapplications@cityofmadison.com. Unless there are questions of you, you will be unable to speak for the remainder of the meeting after you do speak. In order to keep the meeting at the best quality we can, if you do not wish to speak and you are not making yourself available for questions, we encourage you to watch the meeting streamed at cityofmadison.com/city channel or at youtube.com, and you can search City of Madison. Or you can find us on Charter Digital channel 994 and AT&T UVerse channel 99. Chair Goodhart, the floor is now yours.
Okay, thank you. Then, unless I see a raised hand by unanimous consent, we are going to approve the minutes that were distributed. I see no registrants for public comment, so we are going to move on to disclosures and recusals. Are there any disclosures, recusals? Okay. Let's see, Rafiq, do you have any recusals on the agenda?
5 and 14.
Sorry, was that 14?
14 and number 5.
14 and number 5. Thank you. And I would just like to disclose on item number 8 that the owner is a client of the company that I work for. However, I've not been involved in this application at all. Okay. Okay, then that brings us to the secretary's report and agenda overview. Janine.
Sorry to interrupt, Chair. It looks like Shane also has.
I'm sorry, I did not see that. Go ahead, Shane.
Yes, I have a recusal for item number 13.
13, thank you.
right, review of the agenda. There are currently 23 items on this evening's agenda. Note, I just pulled up the agenda and I do have to share that there were a couple of items that were emailed to the commission since it was shared with them on Friday. Item number 5, there was some new public comment that was for 5567 Odana Road. Item number 17, 3040 Commercial Avenue, there was new public comment. Just to note, all of these items have been added to the Legistar files and are available. Continuing, item number 20, 8137 Mayo Drive, there was a new Alder comment. And then item number 21, 6114 Driscoll Drive, there were new floor plans and elevations, as well as new comments from Alder Lemmer. So that was the new information that we've received. The recommended consent items are as follows. Item number 1, 1109 South Park Street. Item number 3, 3606 Marsh Road. Item number 8, 910 Mayor Avenue. Item number 9, 2713 West Beltline Highway. Item number 10, 622 West Wilson. Item number 11, 4917 Milwaukee Street. Item number 12, 919 Applegate Road. Item number 15, 3817 Milwaukee Street. Item number 16, 202 North First Street. Item number 19, 36 West Town Mall. Those were the items that were recommended. I'm not going to review the entire agenda. It is available on the website, and I can refer to it if we need to during the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion for any of the consent items that were mentioned or not mentioned on the agenda? I see Lois. Okay, is that a motion, Lois?
Yes, I was going to make a motion for the numbers that Janine mentioned, as well as adding number 5. 5 is the McGrath project on Odana.
Okay. And Tom, was that going to be a second?
Okay, and I would second. I would accept Lois's number 5, just checking. And I was going to add 22 and 23, unless developers felt they needed more comment from us from that we've already submitted in writing. If they're satisfied with that and can proceed, then I'd add those 2.
Right. Okay, and I would like to I would like to have number 19, the West Town Mall, removed from the consent agenda.
That's okay with me.
If there's no objection there, Lois.
No
Okay.
objection.
No objection.
Okay, so let me see if I've got this right here. We're going to go, and Janine, correct me if I'm wrong, items number 1, 3, let's see, items number 1, 3, 5.
Correct?
9, 8 and 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 16, 22, and 23. Does that sound right?
That's correct.
Okay. So I'm going to lower a couple of hands here, and then unless I see anyone raising their hand in objection by unanimous consent, those items on our agenda are approved.
I think you're missing.
Oh, I'm sorry,
you're missing
Shane
again.
Go ahead. Where'd he go? I lost him on my screen here.
There we go.
is.
Cliff, I believe you mentioned item number 3 and skipped number 2. Was that intentional? Because I believe that was different than the number sequence Janine gave.
I did
Yeah,
not see
I
number
think-
2.
I think Janine's email had 2 and 3 mixed up.
That is correct. That was my error in the
Yeah,
email. It
so
should actually
2
be
is-
number 3.
Correct. So 2 is not consent.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so seeing no other hands here on my tile, by unanimous consent, those items are approved. Number 22 and number 23 were informational items. So that brings us, Tanya, to number 1.
Okay, so it looks like for item number 1, we have Kevin Burrow first. Burrow.
Mhm.
The item number 1 was on consent, so we would jump to item number 2.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Kevin's already hung up, I'm sure. Okay, that's 2524 Winnebago Street.
Yep, and that would be Jason Korb. Let's see here. Okay.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I'll be sharing the files momentarily.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
So again, thank you. This is Jason Korb, Corbin Associates Architects. This project came in front of this body in December as just an informational presentation. This is the final phase of the Union Corners development on the corner of East Washington and Milwaukee Street. The site is highlighted in the slide attached. Just as an aside, if we could unmute Justin Fromm as well. Many of the slides are site related, and I would like to have him speak to them.
He is available.
All right, thank you. Moving on, please. So again, you see the 2 Gorman carbon buildings in the foreground in the center image. And in the image on the bottom, the UW Health Clinic, which occupies the southwest corner of the site. And then some of the local scale retail across the street from the property on East Washington Avenue. This is just a little bit of context. Next slide, please. Did you want to jump in here, Justin?
Sure. Good evening, all. Before you, in a request of the informational presentation, was a copy of the approved general development plan, the building footprints, and specifically the lots relative to the proposal before you this evening. As Jason had noted, you can see in purple UW Health, in pink and green, the carbon project that was completed in 2016. And then to the south in the tan, the Grand Family or Generations project that is currently under construction. These footprints are slightly different than what the proposals were finalized as. However, you can see that the consistency with the massing along East Washington and along the corner of Milwaukee Street, access is consistent, parking in the rear, and then stormwater management facilities in the central. Next slide, please. The current configurations of the footprints for each of those lots are shown as they were constructed based on final approved plans in this exhibit. The Nexus site being in yellow. Next slide, please. And the current plan for Nexus that is before you this evening, the site plan has remained consistent with what was presented at informational presentation in December. Our team has further developed the specifications for both landscape and the hardscape for the project that you can see in the rendering. We've integrated materials that were utilized at Carbon, so the two buildings to the south, specifically specifications for brick pavers, some of the wall features, some of the patio features of the spine that you can see that connects from East Washington to the kind of central core of the site. This is the area that has been further refined from the informational presentation. That area includes passive and active space for temporary vendors and setups, as well as a patio that is serving the west end cap of the proposed building along East Washington, as Gorman is attracting an active tenant for that end cap space. An outdoor patio has been included and refined. The landscape treatment of the site is focused on the spine area, front foundation terrace that is fronting East Washington, wrapping the corner to Milwaukee Street, similar treatment at those ground level units, and then maintaining and preserving an open space to the south of the project, south and east, if you will, along Winnebago Street, that creates a transition to this entire Union Corners project entrance. And then central to the site, you can see there is a San Antonio Riverwalk concept that is integrating stormwater management for a shared basin between Carbon, the project to the south, and the proposed Nexus site. That small blue area is what is an increase in that stormwater management to handle the surface treatment of the rear parking area. I'm available to answer any specific questions on site and or landscape treatment, but I'll turn it over to Ted at this point, or excuse me, Jason and Ted Mackham with Gorman at this point to work through the architectural design.
Okay, before we move on, Jessica, you had your hand raised.
I'm sorry, I've run into an emergency and my son is having an issue. I'll come back as soon as I can. Do we still have a quorum?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, carry on.
Okay, next slide, please. So while we just go through these really more quickly, these more technical slides, do you want to speak to these briefly, Justin?
I covered most of the items. Again, there is additional technical specification on paving materials. We're using a Unilock paver, architectural paver, matching the Carbon space, slightly different color. It's a grayish tanning color to match the architecture of the buildings. The parking design in the rear has really not changed from informational, but there is a detailed site plan if there's additional questions. We do have a rear trash enclosure, something to note that has been added since our previous informational plan, that is being screened with a wood fence detail and is placed in what would be the southern edge of the parking lot, surface lot in the rear of the building. Something that's been added since the last informational presentation.
Next slide, please. And I think unless the commissioners have questions, the next few slides are just the site details that are, unless Justin tells me otherwise, are pretty standard details.
The landscape plan, I think it touched on the treatment for most of those areas. We've focused on foundation treatment for overstory canopy shade trees within the spine. The open space has been maximized between the two parking bays or within the surface parking lot. We've created a green strip, if you will, of widened landscape space to break up those pods of parking, and then treatment of the perimeter open spaces with medium canopy and ornamental trees and ground level shrubs and perennials to integrate the site with the other lots within Union Corners.
Great. Next slide, which appear to just be sort of blow-ups of the landscape plan. So I think Justin has covered this slide. And the next one. Again, next slide, please. These are typical landscape details just for planting and installation of trees and ground cover. Next slide, please. This is our photometric analysis, primarily focused on the parking lot, showing that we are not throwing light off of the property in any meaningful way, even including onto the adjacent carbon property. Next slide, please. Okay, so these are the architectural floor plans. We'll start at the bottom. As Justin mentioned, we are tying into the existing driveway. We have a ramp down to a basement, which contains, at this point, 79 parking spaces. It is fully submerged, enclosed, heated parking. The elevators to the building are sort of in the area where the two wings join together. At the ground floor, we have white box retail that is fronting onto East Washington. And then the covered plaza, which this body has seen before, has remained 2 stories tall. There is apartment community space and lobbies fronting onto this plaza in the Milwaukee Street wing, as well as apartment amenity. And then we have 3 2-bedroom townhomes on Milwaukee Street. It's a quieter street, and we had room there to have a nice buffer between the entrances of these units and the street. In the lower left of that Milwaukee Street wing, you see the balance of our bike parking per ordinance that we weren't able to get into the basement. Next slide, please. The second floor has a bit of a corner, which again, we're starting on the bottom. At the area where the 2 wings come together, there's a glassy sort of common space that will be just a lounge for residents, but overlooking the plaza. And then the plan on the top is the typical floor. So just going back to some of the comments, if we could go to the next slide, please, from commissioners from the December hearing. And we had a number of internal conversations with ownership about this. For instance, there was a comment about the desirability of balconies on East Wash, which we did have a kind of a vigorous internal discussion with ownership on it. Ultimately, ownership determined that in a market rate building such as this, they wanted to provide balconies for all the residents. What these plans show you is that the ones on the East Washington facade and on the Milwaukee Street facade, they are about 90% recessed. So you get a little bit of cover from the noise and traffic of East Washington. And then the ones that face sort of southeast and southwest on the back of the building are fully exposed because it's just a quieter environment. One thing to note in the 5th floor plan, which is the top plan, is that the featured corner has a taller community and club space for residents. And then immediately, and we'll see this in the renderings, immediately to the left of it is an outdoor roof deck. So we'll see that in the renderings. Unless commissioners have questions on the floor plan, I would say next slide, please. The plans haven't materially changed since this body saw them in December. Roof plan shows the location. You can see the recessed common roof deck, which is facing southwest onto East Washington. It shows the size and locations of rooftop equipment. We've done studies that indicate that between the size of the equipment, various parapet walls, that this equipment is not visible from the street. Next slide, please. And then we'll go through these very quickly. These are just blown up plans, so I would just keep advancing, please, unless the commissioners see something that they have a question about. Here we are in the basement. Here's our retail, Milwaukee Street, typical residential floors. Here's our community space in the corner. Yep, thank you. And then the double doors, I don't know that we need to see kitchen elevations. Building elevations. So the team had 2 neighborhood meetings, and the first one was before the UDC informational hearing in December, and the meetings were generally positive. The one sort of critique of the building that the neighborhood had was, you may recall that at the time the building was 4 stories tall, and they felt that it wasn't basically prominent enough to be sort of the gateway building that the neighborhood wants it to be. So we took that to heart and we added a floor to the building, thereby increasing the density to 105 units. I believe the original proposal was 75. And then just going back, and if we can keep going, the comments from commissioners, which I have on my second screen right now, they had a pretty consistent theme about the fact that the design it had too much going on, and we took that to heart, and I personally agreed with that, and so it was pretty easy to make these changes where we really simplified sort of the fields of the building. We took off the hats, if you will, and then we went back to actually an earlier design of the corner element, and again, it's per one of the comments that I'm looking at, that commissioners felt that the last version that you saw, that corner was not sort of special enough, and we agreed with that at the end of the day, and took that to heart. So the street facades are primarily masonry, except for areas that are recessed, and so the renderings will show that anything that basically is the material put forth on the street facades is almost exclusively masonry, a large format stone product at the base, and then modular face brick above. Next slide, please. And then the back has a masonry base, and then it has a siding panelized product on the upper floors. But that product does not start until roughly 16 feet above the ground. So I always have concerns about durability, and we are never allowed to get near it. Next slide, please. Again, these elevations aren't terribly helpful because the building has a complicated geometry. If we could fast forward to the renderings, please. Well, I'm sorry, can we go back one? We did, as a part of our due diligence, to my earlier point about sight lines for the mechanical equipment, the team cut a number of building sections with real size, the right-of-way for East Wash in particular. And we wanted to just basically show the commission that we did study the sight lines for the mechanical equipment on the roof, and actually adding the 5th floor really helped us with that sightline exercise, because now the building obviously is 11 feet taller than it was when you saw it in December. Next slide, please. So here we are on the corner. The building used to terminate at where the brick terminates. We'll start on the East Washington facade. So we have simplified the geometry of the building and the roof line. It steps back at the 5th floor. As you can see, we're doing some special units with large terraces, which actually are the roofs of those masonry towers, if you will. The gap between the corner elements and the 5th floor on the far right represents the gap that is created when we carve out an outdoor roof space. On Milwaukee Street, we changed it less. It's basically the same language, just simplified. Again, removing anything that was sort of, if you will, tacked on to the building, which was a comment by commissioners that we took to heart. And then again, on the future corner, we used to have that corner an entire story taller than the balance of the building. Now it is still taller, but it is more integrated into the building, and at the same time, excuse me, it's made to feel more special. And so you can see the 2-story plaza has remained in place, and that part of the project hasn't really changed. So really an effort in simplifying and streamlining the design. Next slide, please. And so here's a view looking northwest on East Washington Avenue. You can see the masonry turns the corner, and then the gap again where we have our rooftop amenity. And then on the lower right, you can see the landscape plaza with hopefully, we hope a restaurant opening onto it. The exposure of that plaza is ideal for outdoor dining, and the landscaping creates a buffer between that plaza space and East Washington Avenue. Furthermore, we have a kind of a buffer space, which was partly by necessity to meet the Americans with Disabilities Act, where we have some grade change and we wanted to create accessible entrances at every bay. So we're using some ramps and planter beds and stairs and plazas in between the sidewalk and the face of the building to achieve that. Next slide, please. But I believe that's, and so here are the materials. Staff was kind enough to let us submit photographs. So we have some clear low E glass, which will be clear as we can get to pass the energy sort of top center. Top right is the large format masonry for the base of the building, which has a nice level of detail. Lower left is the typical face brick with mortar to match. Lower right are the various window frames. So we have a composite window for the dwelling units, and then we have a window wall or curtain wall system at the corner units because the glass openings are too big to do it any other way. And then we have a few colors of metal panel samples, and those primarily occur as balcony dividers and on basically the 5th floor of the building. Next slide, please. I think that might be it for the architectural presentation.
Yes, that's the last slide.
It may, for discussion, I may suggest that we go back to slide 44.
And I see a registration for Edward Matcom wishing to speak.
So I do not see that name on the attendees list. I do see a different Matcom.
Is it Ted Matcom?
Yep.
That's the same person.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, great. So Ted Matcom, I represent Gorman and Company. Sorry about that snafu with the name. I don't really have anything to add other than the fact that I think all of the changes that we've made are consistent with the neighbor and the alder wishes and desires and comments. I think we had a very good discussion between the neighborhood and Gorman for, I'll have to say several years on this project. And I think it's really resulted in a good collaboration for an excellent project. But I think you'd find, I don't know if Janine Marcia has submitted any comments on here, but I think you'd find it consistent with what we've presented tonight.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no additional registrants, we can open it up for questions or comments from the commission. Stefan, if someone raises their hand, are they going to pop to the top or do I have to scroll?
Yep, they will pop to the top of the list. So Christian just raised his hand. Again, to the commissioners, if you want to raise your hand, click on participants on the bottom portion of your screen. You'll have a pop out on your right-hand side and raise hand will be on the bottom right-hand portion of that.
Okay, so I'm not seeing them actually popping up, but
If you have your thing at full screen, which it sometimes auto kicks to with a shared screen, you just need to hit escape on your computer to get back to seeing the participants list.
Okay, well, they're in a column, but anyway, I can scroll through. Right now I see Craig and at the top, so I'm going to unmute Craig and ask him for his comments or questions.
I went through the comments from last week.
Am I the only one having a hard time hearing him?
You are not.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Louder.
Louder?
Yep,
All right, is that better?
it's better.
I can hear up even more. All right, I'll speak loud too. So I appreciate the updates you made, simplification. I think that really helps the corner element as well, to make that pop, and to make that stand out more. So I appreciate all those comments. The one item you didn't mention as far as screening for the rooftop items, what units are on the roof, and are you saying you're not going to provide any mechanical screening for those now?
It's further the slide that you mentioned is, I think the germane slide is further towards the end where we cut those sections with sight lines. So basically, the vast majority of the equipment on the roof of this are basically, there's about 105 3-ton condensing units for air conditioning, and those are basically smaller than anyone who has an air conditioner in the back of their house. So the units are only, including the curb, are only 3 feet tall. And then we do have a couple of larger units that service the retail, but they're located in such a way that after conducting the sightline study that they are not visible. And so as such, we were planning on not screening them because you'd be hiding something you can't see anyways.
Okay, I just have a question. I don't know if Matt is still with us, maybe Kevin. I don't know that the ordinance for screening just has the screening requirement from what you can see from the street. I thought equipment needs to be screened, period. And so if that's part of the ordinance, that's really not for us to give to give them any different direction.
Understood.
So I'll here, Kevin, I saw you raise your hand.
Yes. What I will do, while you go to other questions, I will just verify what the screening requirement is for this particular block and zoning. I'm not sure if Matt is here or not, but I will see what I can find out.
Thank you.
Yeah, the reason I brought that up was with the adjacent properties. There'll be different vantage points than just street level with other residential. So just equity wise for the other developments, to making sure that requirement's met.
Okay. I see Alder Rummel raised her hand, so I'm going to jump right to you, Marcia.
Thank you, Cliff. It's been a while since I've seen you, and you have some new members. So thank you, everybody, for your service at this less long, but probably pretty intense meeting. I was a little late because I just was working. So maybe Jason showed some of the renderings facing the interior of the parking lot, because I would have some comments about that if you could bring that up.
We would have to revert to the building elevations to see the parking lot side. That street side, keep going, please.
You don't have a site plan, or only the building?
Oh, we did. We have extensive site drawings, Alderwoman. They were presented before the building.
So you're looking to discuss the site plan, Alder Rummel?
No, I'm looking to talk about the building from the interior as opposed to the East Washington and Milwaukee Street side. So I just was hoping to have some rendering that would help me talk to you all. Mm-hmm. That's good. Thank you. So the neighborhood, as Ted mentioned, we've been meeting for a couple iterations with this plan. This is probably the second one that's gone this far. And this one, we lost, with a cool grocery store concept, but we're dealing with, the developers dealing with how things are, and they got a pushback from the neighborhood, and I think they responded to make the building taller to try and reduce the surface parking lot. But some of the outstanding, and maybe it's too late, and maybe you're at the final and it's too late, but some of the concerns that were, I think, still outstanding, and I wish I had a pointer that you all could see, but if there's going to be a sidewalk on the on the other side of Winnebago. Oh, good, that's even better. So they own the property that's all the way to the intersection of Milwaukee Street, and where you see that kind of cutout. So there's not currently really a parking a sidewalk along there, and I don't know if that's the city or the developer's responsibility, but certainly think we need that. And so if it's not the city's end, I would just want to make sure staff's aware of that. And then in the interior, just having the bike connection as it works its way through the egress into the parking lot to make sure that there's good connections there. And it looks like there are, but that was a concern of the neighborhood. And finally, we really did appreciate how they made this, what we've been calling the spine, a lot tougher. Tougher meaning like more like dedicated space. They hopefully were able to tweak some of the parking to make that space a potential, outdoor space for when those days come back. But I think generally people like this latest iteration and appreciated, they really want more than maybe is possible right now, unfortunately, but I think they were satisfied at the new elevations. So those are basically my comments. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Goodhart, I can call on people if you want. It looks like there's a couple people you're not seeing, like Christian and Shane are popping up for me. Would you like?
I do see Christian, Shane, then
Okay.
Rafiq.
Okay.
So why don't we start with Christian?
Okay, I was happy to see what you did with the balconies on the Milwaukee and East Washington. I thought that was a good idea. If you're going to have them recessed in the building was a nice solution to have them not quite so protruding. I'm curious, what is the facing material of the fences on those balconies? Your renderings make it look almost like it's a translucent panel, but I was curious as to what that material was.
Our intent is that those are clear glass railings. We found a few on some projects that are similar to this. We found a few products that are affordable, and they're just very well. They give the occupant of the balcony better sight lines, but we've figured out over the last few years a few products where we can do it economically. So the rendering is lying to you a little bit. Again, the intent is that those railings are clear glass and aluminum frames. It's almost impossible to render glass accurately, but those do look more opaque than they would actually be.
All right. My only other comment was I just wanted to compliment you on the planting selection. It was nice to see some varieties of plants that we don't typically see on projects like this. And I think some of them might be a little bit of a challenge to get established, but I give you credit for trying. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Shane.
Okay, thanks. I'll be quick here. I think, like Christian said, I appreciate how you've addressed a lot of our comments. From a site plan and landscape perspective, I like this project a lot. Just a couple, and one thing in particular I like is your stormwater concept. I also I feel like the reddish orange is less red this time around. It's a little bit more burnt orange. And I think that's better than a primary color red. But on that note, one small caveat, and that something that struck me was next to the Nexus sign on the corner element on the east wash side, the burnt orange cross to me kind of stood out as a potential wayfinding issue. It's almost a graphic thing, and to me it reads like, oh, hospital or
Sure.
Red Cross. So I would consider revising that element. And then last but not least, I think I would just make sure in the interior of the site where there's the path that continues along the stormwater feature, that there would be a continuation of that with a crosswalk through the drive aisle, just for motorists to really identify that that's a major crossing point.
No, I appreciate that. Well, first of all, I actually, we're happy to look at that red in the corner element. And I can't really disagree that now that you've mentioned it, it's jumping out at me in a pretty big way. And then as far as that crosswalk was concerned, we did actually have that discussion, and at the very least had been planning on striping a crosswalk there. So I'm glad you brought that up, because it jogged my memory.
Great, thank you.
All right, thanks, Shane. Rafiq.
Yeah, I just had a question about the, and I don't think that I was here when this was presented initially, but the knuckle with the 2-story patio. Can we go back to that element and kind of walk us through that again? I'm trying to get the design.
Sure. So the top floor of the corner element you can see is taller than the rest of the building. And then if you look carefully as you're sort of looking through that glass, you can see it's got a large glass wall facing southwest as well. You can kind of see it through the glass. The first 2 brick towers on the East Washington facade are basically a parapet wall and glass railing that go all the way to where the gray 5th floor reappears. And so what I'm getting at is the first about 35 feet of that 5th floor is a shared roof deck. And actually we're hopeful, even though we're pretty far northeast, that a resident who goes out onto one of those brick towers will actually have it's a distant Capitol view, but you actually have Capitol views even this far away.
Well, my concerns are not the top. I actually like the top. It's the bottom.
Okay.
It actually seems kind of top heavy, and I'm trying to understand the program and design complement to the program to why it is what it is. Why is the 3rd floor pushed back and all glass, and why are the columns the way they are? It just looks a little top heavy, I guess. I don't know. Help me understand what's
Sure.
out here.
So, and Ted Mackham can probably speak to this. His history with this project is longer than mine, but.
And briefly, please.
Yeah, very, very briefly, my understanding is that it's always been a desire in meetings with the neighborhood to have a connection between the intersection and sort of the interior of the Union Corner site. So we've created this cut, and what happens was, if we brought down the corner element and made that cut 1 story, we studied it, we found that it was too low and it felt a little oppressive. And so we took the decision to push it up to the 3rd floor, but we needed to connect the wings of the building on the 2nd floor, which is why you see that glassy setback piece. So most of this plaza is got a 25-foot clear, and it allows the penetration of daylight and breezes, and so we felt that scale was appropriate. And then the 2 floors immediately above the plaza, those are actually sort of premier 3-bedroom apartments, just because that's what really worked there. Hopefully that makes sense.
And then my second question is, do you not have any renderings of the other side of the building?
We do, but only in elevation, unfortunately, tonight. So we don't, unfortunately. It's the same, it's sort of the same language, it's just simpler. And then, as I mentioned early on, the balconies are hung instead of recessed.
Well, because this bottom area at the back comes to a bottleneck, correct?
It comes to a kind of a shared island. If you keep going back to a site plan, it's about a 20 by 20 area.
that you can see where you go through that cut, and then you are in it's about a 20 by 30 area, that where the two rows of parking kind of come together, and then those dark lines there are actually bike racks for visitors and retail shoppers. And then again, this has the decorative paving. So, but the building, there's no building above this area. The building is generally above that gridded area right here. That's correct. And then I think you mentioned the columns. Those are just sort of structurally what they need to be. And we have to take care when we have 2-story columns. It's a personal preference of mine, but they do have to be substantial enough to not look like toothpicks, because it makes people, it's visually uncomfortable. But again, that's the way this building is built. Those columns are sort of what they need to be to get that height unbraced. So.
Does that help, Rafiq?
I'm done. I don't know if it helps, but I don't have any questions.
Okay. Well, in that case, I see Lois's hand raised. I will call on Lois.
Kevin also has his hand raised.
I see that.
Do you want to go to Kevin first?
No, I want you to go, Lois.
Okay, all right. What is the material? First of all, I do like the changes that you made to the design, particularly how you addressed the concern about the balconies and the materials. What is the material that divides the balconies, that vertical element?
That's a metal panel. If you were to go to the very last slide.
You don't need to, well, that's fine.
Well, it's the red metal panel you see here, sort of center right.
Okay, so what I wanted to make sure is that the same material that will be used for the other accent red, because often if it's a different material, sometimes you can't match them all the way, and you might end up with 2 different reds.
Absolutely correct. It is all one material.
Okay.
Because we run into that issue all the time.
Mm-hmm. And I'm not. I don't mind to address Rafiq's. At first, when I looked at this, I thought it did look a little top heavy in the corner as well. But then I realized to get as much light under that pedestrian area, I think is more important. And so I kind of resolved that. I kind of liked that. And I just, in an evening shot, I would just want to see that really well lit.
I agree, absolutely. And you can see this, we've talked a lot about how this is lit, and you can see that we've already been putting in accent lighting at the second floor soffit, and downlighting the columns. And right now, I think we're also uplighting the columns, although that's not something I always like to do. So, but I absolutely agree that lighting this is critical. And for no other reason aside from wanting it to be a nice space, wanting it to feel safe at night. Mm-hmm. As people are sort of transiting it, perhaps to and from the parking lot.
What else, Lois? Any other comments or questions?
No, that was all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and see what Kevin found.
Thanks, Cliff. I wanted to just double check this because as a PE, there's some different standards that relate to screening. As far as there is a general code requirement in the landscape section of the ordinance that requires that all rooftop and ground level mechanical equipment and utilities be fully screened from view from any street or residential district. That's not a discretionary approval. That's just something that zoning would need to determine is met. However, as a plan development, which is the zoning that this property has, the plan commission can waive the general requirements, but that would need to be a specific request. So as part of your advisory recommendation, if there wanted to be a specific comment related to the screening of those elements, I suppose that would be appropriate for the commission to add.
Okay, thank you. Tom, I see you had your hand raised.
Yeah, just a quick question on the balconies again. How will the bottom surface of the balconies be finished?
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. So the way that we are anticipating these balconies being finished is it's a powder coated aluminum. We don't like to do steel balconies because sooner or later they rust. And so it's a fairly refined surface. It's an aluminum cellular system in a powder coated frame, and it's all presents a consistent color. And powder coating you can get in many different colors, but it's really kind of the nicest balcony that we've ever used. So
good. Thank you.
Thank you. Alder Abbas.
Thank you. I like overall design. I like it. There's two things I would like to mention. That Nexus logo, as one of the commissioner, my colleague, mentioned about it. It consists of 2 floors, and first time if I look, it looks like a Red Cross to me. I think so. That's something you should look into, that how you can size it or how you can be creative around it. The second thing I want to mention, because of it's a very transit-oriented building, and East Wash have 40,000 cars, and then Dane County Airport have number of flight. They're expanding their flights, and in future, hopefully, there will be more flights. And also there's a F-35. Not to go into more detail regarding sound mitigation, especially on the East Wash, I will also recommend you guys to look into STC and OITC, which is sound transmission class and outdoor-indoor transmission class, Windows properties and rating, and see how you can make the experience of residents, as well as how you can mitigate noise, especially if the size of this building of 5 stories is right there on East Wash. So these are only 2 comments I have.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments from the commission?
Staff would like to add a comment.
Is that you, Janine?
That is me.
Okay.
Wanted to note that the signage is not part of this approval, and that will be separate. And typically the commission has not approved signage above the 2nd level on the East Washington corridor.
Okay, thank you. So seeing no other, oh, Lois. Oh, I didn't unmute you, just a second.
Oh.
There you go.
I was going to make a motion.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion for final approval.
Okay, and with what Kevin informed us about the screening, would you like to add any special recommendation or conditions?
I would like to add that I would like to see some method of screening around the rooftop units, and also take into account the representation of possibly a Red Cross and how that should be modified so as not to be confused.
Okay, thank you. And Craig?
I would second that motion.
Thank you. All right. You're going to put your hand down. Just before we go any further.
Alder Rummel does have her hand up again. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Oh, hey, somebody mentioned striping the crosswalk, and I don't know that you have it before you to deal with some of that circulation on the other side of Winnebago, but just let me know if that's not appropriate now. And also something to talk about the pedestrian and bicycle striping. Thank you.
Okay, so I see no other hands raised, and we have a seconded motion. Without any further questions or comments, we will, by unanimous consent, approve item number 2. No,
It looks
wait,
like
I thought I saw, hold on, I'm sorry, Rafiq. There. I'm sorry. I'm still getting the hang of this.
Yeah, is it a motion, a second, and then vote, or a motion, a second, then discussion on that motion?
It would be appropriate to have discussion on the motion. If you raised your hand and I didn't see it, I apologize.
Yeah, so if we grant final approval, that means this does not come back. And I mean, this does not come back without us seeing the items that are mentioned or the backside of the building in more than that washed out elevation.
That's right. For the request is for initial and final. So if we wanted it to come back, we would either give it initial approval or refer it.
But the motion is for final approval, which says that it's good as it is.
Right.
Okay.
But we're not necessarily unanimous on every motion. We're only going to approve it by unanimous consent if I don't see anyone raise their hand or otherwise object.
Well, I'm raising my hand to not approve unanimously.
Okay, then we will take a roll call after the discussion. Let's see, Craig. Oh, hold on a second. I guess I gotta mute Rafiq. There we go, and then unmute you. Go ahead. Can't hear you, Craig.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, I did want to point out, because Rafiq brought that up, and there wasn't any renderings of the backside, and the backside elevation does have different materials. So Rafiq brought up a good point, just to make sure everybody was aware of that, because it is different than the renderings we're seeing of the front side.
Lois.
We didn't, I would recall that we did see the backside at the last presentation, but perhaps are there changes to the backside that we should be aware of? Because I don't remember that there were any. I think most of our objections to the design from the first presentation were at the front.
Well, I think the only way to determine that is by examining the straight-on elevations.
Mm-hmm.
There's a question for the applicant to make sure that we're showing the correct elevations for the backside. Can you please confirm which sheets?
I think I muted them.
I have to re-find them. They were disabled as questions for them had come to a close with the motion. So let me find them. I will get them right back.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I can commit in any way that you want me to do so that the only change that we've made to the back side is that we've added a floor to the building. So the back side was 4 stories. It is now 5. Nothing else has changed. And then whatever commitment you want from me on that, I'm happy to give.
Okay, thank you.
Jason, can you confirm which elevations would show those back elevation sides?
These are street elevations. Can you go to the next slide, please? Elevation 4A is sort of an overview, which was at the bottom of that. is an overview of the back of the East Washington building on the left. And then it gets ghosted because we're only showing things in full contrast if it's true elevation. So everything on the right is oblique, but that's why we have so many elevation pages, because the building has complex geometry. So I can say that 4A, this is sort of the southern half of the back of East Washington. And then if you were to go to the next page, this is still the same page, actually. So this is so you can see that because the building kinks, it's very oblique. So right now, elevation, I can't read it, this is the true end of the Milwaukee Street elevation in the upper rendered. Well, it's rendered and line work. So everything else is oblique. So what you're seeing is the masonry from the Milwaukee Street facade. It turns the corner for the first 16 feet or so. The masonry base is continuous all the way around the building. But then once we've turned the corner, we go to more of the wall panel system. And then we have the consistent metal fifth floor all the way around the building. So that is sort of a rear elevation that's facing back towards Generations and Carbon. The next page will also have courtyard elevations. I'm sorry, no, it doesn't. So this is all street facade. That's Milwaukee Street. This is East Washington. So these are the facades. So especially elevation 3 is the south elevation of the East Washington wing. And then you can see the ghosted courtyard elevation far in the distance. So this is a true elevation for the south end of the East Washington wing, and it's occupying the higher contrast area on the left of the building elevation. So again, and then the building steps back before any decrease in masonry occurs, because the white panel immediately to the left of the brick is set back about 12 to 14 feet from the face of the brick. The building jogs there. And then the next page is going to show us some parking lot elevations as well. So yes, these are all the elevations. So what we're looking at in 4B is in the center of that piece. It's the true elevation of the north half of the East Washington wing. Again, so if it's ghosted, you're not seeing it true. You're not seeing it straight on. And if it's not ghosted, then that's where the elevation is true elevation. So you see the rendered version above. And
Rafiq, you had your hand raised.
Yeah, not to go back and forth on this. And I don't know, maybe I wasn't present for the first presentation, but I don't remember this project at all. But I don't know that there's really been many instances where we've seen drawings like this. And I know this is different times, and we're all trying to do the best that we can with the current situation, but these drawings aren't really clear. And I don't know how we could approve final approval for this building without seeing the true all four sides of it. I mean, if the elevations are ghosted because they're not true elevations, then it should be a perspective provided so that we can see the whole thing at one time. These drawings aren't clear, at least not on my end, to where you can even make out what's what on two sides of the building. And I don't think, I'm not saying it shouldn't get initial approval to move on, but for final approval to not come back and have this many questions about all kinds of things, I think it's I don't know, maybe somebody help me if I'm misunderstanding something here.
No, I think your comments are well taken. We still have the motion to vote on, and we are going to do a roll call vote. And if enough people agree, then the motion will fail, and we'll look for another motion. But as there is a motion and it has been seconded and we had discussion on it, I think that we should act on that motion and see where it takes us next. So I guess Janine or Stefan, what I would do is say all those in favor, raise your hand, and then we will we'll see where we are with our 8 members that are present right now. So all those in favor.
Actually, it would be the opposite. It would be unanimous consent, and then those who do not agree would raise their hand.
Oh, okay. There you go. Oh, so, all right. So by unanimous consent, the motion passes unless I see a raising hands in objection to that.
I see 2 hands raised.
Yes, I see 2 hands raised. Okay.
So now you can go to a roll call at this point.
Okay, I'll call the roll. Weisensell,
I vote in favor.
Otto, Brown Otto,
In favor.
Assad,
No.
Deshant,
Yes.
Harper,
No, for the same reasons of Rafiq.
Bruno,
Yes.
and Alder Abbas.
Aye.
Okay. So that was 5. Janine, did I count?
Correct.
Okay. So the motion passes. Okay. So that is final approval. We thank you very much. And we look forward to the project, and we'll move on to agenda item number 4, 4701 Tradewinds Parkway.
Okay, so it looks like for public speakers, we have Mark Membrino. Mark, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yep. Go ahead.
All right. Well, thank you for the opportunity to present. My name is Mark Membrino from Marshall Park Investments. And we intend to build a 50,000 square foot Class A light industrial building at 4701 Tradewinds Parkway. We build, as an organization, Class A buildings, and we have an experienced team that's worked in many markets throughout the country, but right now we're focused on Madison. I am here with Jim Spar from the Lionshare Group. He's our general contractor. Follow me to cover the scope and quality of construction. Next up will be Gary Blazik from Verbecker, our engineer. We'll talk about the site and landscape plans, and we will end with the star of the show, Bob Burrell from Burrell Design Studio, take you through all the architecture in detail. We're the same team that presented a similar project last year at 5305 Femrite for Viking Electric, and we're taking what we learned there and pushing it forward on this project and improving it. For this project, we're building a facility for our national mechanical contractor that will occupy the entire building. The tenant, who we can't disclose at this time, is a top-tier mechanical contractor that designed and built some of the most technically advanced and efficient HVAC systems with over 170 locations across the globe. At this facility, they'll have a robust engineering workforce along with a manufacturing team that builds HVAC components using sophisticated automation and skilled labor. Their use is consistent with the zoning and a good fit for the surrounding area. As you'll see from our presentation, we only use high quality, durable, and aesthetically pleasing materials such as precast concrete wall panels in our thoughtfully designed architecture. The architecture is complemented with a customer-driven layout that incorporates the most modern amenities industrial users are looking for across the country. We believe this project will bring will bring high quality living wage jobs to Madison and provide the area with expertise to upgrade HVAC systems that will be required to combat this and future pandemics. We look forward to your input and we ask for your support tonight. I'll be followed by Jim Spar. If you want to, yeah, you're at the right place. Thank you. Jim?
Hello? Are we good?
Yep, we can hear you.
All right, thank you. As Mark said, this is the 50,000 square foot of Class A industrial space. The building itself is 250 foot wide out onto trade winds and 200 foot deep with a 32 foot eave height. I guess I'd like to explain just a couple of the requirements when we say a Class A industrial space, a couple of the amenities and requirements that go into a building like that. The exterior walls are constructed of 32 foot tall precast concrete panels. These are 10 inches thick and they feature 4 inches of solid foam insulation sandwiched in between the two layers of reinforced concrete. The panels are incredibly durable, both on the inside and outside of the structure for longevity of the structure. And they carry an R22 insulation value. The roof structure, it's a rubber roof, fully ballasted, meaning it has 4 inches of gravel over the top of the rubber. It has 5 inches of solid foam insulation, giving it an R value of 28. The rubber roof itself carries a 20-year unlimited warranty. It's inspected and then certified by Firestone technicians prior to issuing the warranty. The interior of the building has a few amenities as well related to Class A. The interior of the building has a clear height of 24 foot and it has a 50 foot by 50 foot bay spacing. And what that means is that there's very few columns inside the building for a building of that size. This allows maximum flexibility in designing the production lines and moving materials through the process efficiently and safely inside the building. The building has industry best ESFR fire protection system. Again, what this means, it just stands for early suppression, fast response. It requires a 1,500 gallon per minute fire pump and is basically strongly supported in all industrial buildings by our fire department. Another feature are all the large clear story buildings that you see up high on the precast walls throughout the facility. These windows provide tremendous daylighting and in combination with the latest LED lighting on the inside of the building, make the building energy efficient, it's safer because of your ability to see, and provides a better environment for the employees. The building features an extensive crane system. The system runs completely across the building, 250 feet. It includes 2 7.5 ton bridge cranes and several jib cranes for efficiently and safely moving the materials and loading all of the automated machines. And lastly, the HVAC system is state-of-the-art. It includes a fresh air makeup air system throughout the entire building. And the offices include a boiler and water-based VAV system, variable air volume system with individual office controls. The 2 rooftop units are fully screened as well by the front parapet. The idea of the HVAC obviously is providing a comfortable, safe environment for the people who work there, and that was obviously a priority. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see 2 additional registrants, Robert Borrell and Travis Leeser. Want to speak?
I cannot find anyone by the name of Robert Burrell.
Okay.
And I had seen a Travis Leeser previously, and now he has disappeared.
Okay, well, we will then open it up for questions or comments from the commission. I'm looking for hands. Okay, 2 participants. Okay, so Shane and then Rafiq.
All right, could we go to site plan, please? Okay, this will do. My question was just about the parking lot islands, and it's not often that I suggest removal of parking lot islands. But on sort of the right-hand side of the parking lot, I'm wondering if the applicant would be agreeable to kind of clustering some of those islands over to the right, particularly the island closest to the building on the right side. Because it seems like you don't necessarily need the island for separating more than 12 stalls, but it might be a greater buffer between the parking and the driveway. And then the one on the north, I'm not sure either if it's necessary. I think the landscape plan does show a tree on the peninsula on the right side, so it'd give that tree a little bit more room. So looking for feedback from the applicant and if they'd be willing to kind of cluster those two islands over to the peninsulas on the right side.
Yeah, this is Mark Membrino. We lost two of our guys that were supposed to speak, Gary Blazik and Bob Burrell. And, Gary's our civil. He says he's registered. He's texting me now. But, to answer your question, yeah, we could move. We could certainly move those, but I would really like our civil to weigh in here.
I just enabled Gary. He was listed as not wishing to speak, so he is available now.
Gary,
this is Gary. Can you hear me?
Excellent.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm the civil on here. We've got no problem with adjusting the islands. We put the islands in there because we believe there's a requirement to have a landscaped island every 7 parking stalls. So if we need to adjust the location of those, we're certainly open to that.
Okay, thank you.
While I'm talking, maybe I could highlight a little bit more of the site features and some of the.
No, that's okay. Thank you. Rafiq.
No, I was gonna make a motion for approval.
Okay. Let's see if there is Lois. Trying to find you, Lois. There you are.
I'll second that.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none. Kevin.
Actually, Mr. Chair, this is, please come back to me after this item. I have a point of order, but not related to this item.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Yep. All right, so unless I see any other hands raised by unanimous consent, item number.
This is with those landscape site additions or revisions.
Yes, good point. Thank you. That would be final approval with the request to consolidate the landscape island. Mm-hmm. So seeing no other hands raised by unanimous consent, item number 4 has final approval. Thank you. Okay, then Kevin, you said a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding agenda item number 5, it was approved earlier on the consent agenda. However, I was contacted by a speaker that was registered to speak on this item, potentially in opposition, and that registration didn't get read into the record. My recommendation to the commission would be to first vote to reconsider the item and then reopen the public hearing to allow the registrant that was on the list but apparently got missed.
Okay. So I'm just seeing here.
There would need to be a vote to reconsider an item.
Right. And I'm sorry, I don't, you're saying it's not on the list that we received in opposition?
It should be. I think it's on Stefan's list, and the speaker is Stu Keel.
Oh, okay. I see neither support nor oppose, but yes, he wanted to speak. So I'm sorry we overlooked that. Okay, so I guess
They are here.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. So I guess we're looking for a motion then to reconsider agenda item number 5. And Alder Abbas.
Yeah, I would like to move a motion to reconsider agenda number 5.
Okay. And see 3, 2 raised their hand. There's Shane. Okay. I am having difficulty seeing everybody at once. Go ahead, Shane.
I just second that motion.
Okay, thank you. All right. So by unanimous consent, that motion passes. We will reconsider item number 5, and coincidentally, that is the item number that we're up to. We, I guess, Janine, if you have that application, I don't know whether or not the applicant is still present, but certainly we would like to hear from Mr. Keel.
Mr. Keel, your mic is live.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, can I comment now?
Yes, please.
Oh, thank you. Well, thank you for squeaking us in here. My name is Stuart Keel, and my brothers and I, we own actually 2 properties surrounding this Odana road location. One actually butts up to it, and another one is about 30 feet away, so we're in pretty close proximity. We just wanted to comment. As said earlier, I put down that we're neither for nor opposed, but we do have some concerns that we wanted to at least voice out there, you know, for you to think about. First of all, we have a 5-story mixed-use building being put up in a block of 1 to 2-story commercial, and we just wanted to make sure that you know, thought was put into it in regards to sizing and also bringing in residential folks to the neighborhood where it is basically strictly commercial. That's our first concern. The second one is parking, because they're looking to have 5 stories, which I believe equates to 79 apartments with commercial, and 88 parking stalls. It's already seems to be tight around the neighborhood where we've actually had people asked to use our lot to park for neighboring businesses. And my concern on the size of the project is that when their parking gets full, people coming to that location will look to neighboring parking lots, which of course would affect our tenants at our building. The third issue or concern is, of course, stormwater. Well, not of course, but it is stormwater, where we have an adjoining building next to us, not this particular property, but that building actually has water runoff that comes through our property already. And we just wanted to make sure that due to the size and or layout of this project, that is taken into consideration. And then, of course, finally, in talking to some of my neighbor building owners, some of them just weren't even aware of the size and scope of this project. Our main goal is just to make sure it's a good fit and that it makes sense and that it's a positive addition to the neighborhood and doesn't affect the existing businesses in a negative manner. And that's really it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for allowing us to talk.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Tanya, I presume none of the registered applicants in favor are with us
They,
presently.
nope, they are not on the list anymore.
Okay. So then I will open it up for discussion with the commission. Now, Rafik, I see you raised your hand, but I also know that you had recused yourself on this one.
Yep, I just wanted to make sure that was still noted because since it came back.
Yep, thank you. Okay, Kevin, I will scroll down to you here. Hold on just a second. Here we go. Oh, can't hear you, Kevin.
Okay, I think I'm now unmuted. Staff is trying to contact the development team to see if there's technical questions. My recommendation would be is if we don't get a hold of them and there are questions from the commission, that we table the item till later in the meeting when we potentially get them back to join us.
Okay. And in the meantime, while that attempt is being made, are there any further questions? You're raising your hand again, Rafik? Okay.
So the applicants are trying to log back in. They just sent me a text that they're trying to log back in to be here for whatever you need them for.
Okay, thank you. While we test the resilience of our tech facilitators, are there any questions, or I should say any discussion by the members? There's no one really to ask questions of. See Alder Abbas?
Yeah, I would like to motion to table this and go to the next agenda item, and then we can come back on this one.
Okay, so you will have questions. Okay, so there's a motion.
Matt Schreiner did just show up.
Okay.
There
Matt
are
Schreiner.
two other registered speakers who I don't see, just in case that matters for you guys.
Okay. So Matt Schreiner.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
So I am the civil engineer on the project from Beerbecker Associates, and I can address the comment that came up about stormwater management and maybe give my comment.
And that'd be great. I think also if you are able, there are questions about the parking and how that might affect neighboring parking facilities.
Sure. So the question on stormwater management is a good one. There's no storm sewer around this site on Odana Road. So the city actually has a specific section in their ordinance to deal with sites like this. So we'd be meeting a redevelopment ordinance regarding stormwater management. The site currently flows to the south, almost all of it. We'd continue that drainage pattern. We're going to meet all of the requirements for redevelopment. So we're meeting peak flow control and sediment control. So there won't be additional runoff rate draining to the south of the site and increasing the runoff rate. But because we're not actually connecting into the storm sewer system, we're planning on installing an infiltration basin. That's going to reduce the amount of runoff from the project. In fact, we're meeting a volume control requirement as well. So we're detaining and controlling up to the 10-year volume leaving the site. There's an existing swale, a concrete swale along the east side of the project that flows south, and we're connecting to that. So we don't expect any negative impacts from this project on the surrounding properties. In fact, during 10-year events or smaller, we'd expect to see even less runoff from this site when we're done than what's being experienced right now. So I think that addresses the concern about stormwater management. Regarding parking, I know, as mentioned, we're looking at 88 stalls, and we don't anticipate that there's going to be an issue with the amount of units and the amount of parking that's being provided. We're comfortable with the ratio, and we don't think there's going to be a problem with residents looking to park on adjacent sites and then coming to this site.
And is there also adequate parking for the expected commercial activities?
Yes, so the surface parking is primarily going to be dedicated to that.
I was going to say, not to say that Matt can't answer the question, but Michael Metzger and Sixto Villegas are also now here.
Yeah, Matt, I can speak to the parking situation.
Thanks, Mike.
I wasn't on for the actual question or the concerns related to parking.
Well, the concern basically was that will there be adequate on-site parking such that it does not invite people to want to park in adjacent property parking lots?
Yeah, I mean, we think that it is sufficiently parked for what we need for this site and for this project. The 3,500 square feet of commercial space, we're usually looking for a user that's going to be mix well with our residential above. So we're hoping for something, a professional use or an office use of some sort. And that seems to overlap the best with residential, where, office users come during the day and then our residents leave and they can kind of overlap on parking. We have 88 parking stalls and 79 units. From our perspective, we're well parked in terms of our needs for the residential and for the commercial. Being at a little over a 1.1 to 1 makes us feel pretty comfortable about our parking situation.
Okay.
We will have some surface parking that's going to be reserved for the commercial, but that'll kind of just be based on what their needs are, but we'll expect that to be used for the residential as well.
Okay, thank you. I see Tom has raised his hand.
Thank you.
I will also interject that we've now had a couple more from that company that were willing to answer questions arrive, including Lance McGrath.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Well, to whomever can answer it, two questions. One on the parking, will the slot be included in the rent, or will they pay additional because that determines whether they're going to seek on-street parking or not? And second, how will the base of the bottom of the balconies be finished? My perennial question.
Can I be heard right now?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'll take this one. So I guess we're not sure yet about whether we include the parking with the monthly rent or not. Haven't really thought about how that impacts it one way or the other. To me, I don't think it makes much of a difference regarding where they would decide to park, but we're pretty confident with the ability to park all of our tenants on this site with what we have. And some of that is based on our experience with downtown, and we think this will be a very similar tenant base, mostly young professional. In most of our buildings, all of our buildings, I'll say, there's several tenants in every building that don't have vehicles. They rely on public transportation. And I think this site is ideally located for that, and that the transfer point for the bus station is only a block away. So I think that actually lends us to having residents who live here without vehicles. And then as far as the underside of the balconies go, I don't know if we have those fully developed as far as the design goes, but there's metallic fins that project out that support the structure of the deck. And then it would be a prefabricated, not a prefabricated, but a composite decking material that we're using as opposed to wood. So you would see the underside of that, but the main feature are these metallic fins that project out.
Okay, thank you. Craig, I see you raised your hand, and then Alder Abbas.
You might want to Alder Boss go first, but I was going to make a motion. So I was just looking at the notes from the previous time it was presented, and while I appreciate the public's comments, I think a lot of these items were discussed and worked through. So because this was previously on the consent agenda, we talked to and heard the comments from the public on the concerns. And when I'm looking through the items, it looks like most of these items were discussed last time. I was going to make a motion for approval, for final approval.
Okay, thank you. Alder Boss. Can't hear you. I think he muted himself, right? I don't have him muted.
Yep, no, I'm good. I actually
Okay.
want to have some discussion, but I will say second and then go in a discussion.
Okay, so the motion is seconded. Any discussion on the motion?
Yeah. So I have a, if this body allow me, I have a question for Kevin.
Of course.
Kevin, so we know the stormwater ordinance is coming to the council for introduction on May 5th, and then it will go to various committees and then it will get approved. Just for clarity of a purpose, that ordinance is not implemented on this particular property, correct?
That is correct. This project, because the land use application was submitted under the current rules, it would follow under the rules that are in place today.
All right, so yes, because the new ordinance look into 100 to 200 year storm events. Having said that, I appreciate the developer look into 10 years. I will still urge them to look into green roof or blue roof, try to look into events which are above 10 years. Because as there's no storm water line here, if that is a possibility, I will like them to propose that recommendation to look into further more than 10 years.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? Looking for hands. I don't see anyone with a raised hand. Oh, Kevin, just a second. I gotta find, there you are. Yes, sir.
Just a quick clarification for Alder Boss. I understood that to be a suggestion, not part of the motion, but I wanted to make sure that we had the record correct.
Yes, it's a suggestion.
Thank you.
Okay. So without any further discussion, and the motion by unanimous consent, unless I see any raised hands, passes. So Lance, you got approved twice tonight. Okay, let's see. So that's final approval. That brings us to item number 6, which is 4728 Sheboygan Avenue, Block 6. And then right after that, we'll look at Block 3 at Madison Yards.
Looks like we have Sean Roberts registered to speak. Sean, you should be.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. Thanks, everyone. We're happy to be back. If you could also unmute Kevin Yeska and Craig Pride. We figured like before we have a combined presentation, we're happy to stop for each block, or we could walk through both block 6 and 3. There is a lot of information in there that had previously been submitted, so we can fly through it.
You are all 3 unmuted right now.
Great,
and
thank you.
Sean, we have to vote on them separately. So
Okay.
Why don't you go through number 6? And I just wanted to mention to the commission members that they're seeking approval for the green space and the streets around it, but not the future building. Is that correct?
For block 6, we are seeking
Right.
approval for the location and size and massing, but not the actual, final look of the building because we have to identify a tenant. So basically the white box.
Okay.
Question for the chair.
Yes.
Should they be presenting both block 6 and for both agenda items, block 6 and 3 at the same time?
Well, I think they're separate enough. One is a building and the other is more open space, and we have to vote on them separately. So why don't we take them in order?
And the presentation's set up in order so we can, some of the background imagery that we're going to skip through anyway, that I know everyone's familiar with where the site is. So there's a natural pause between block 6 and 3, so we can stop at that point.
Fantastic. And if we got a huge agenda, if you can keep it to 3 minutes, we'd be eternally grateful. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I will actually have you advance the slides if you could. We don't need to dwell on the existing conditions, and I can turn it over to Kevin with JSD, our civil engineer, to just speak starting on page 8, if that works. Okay, Kevin.
Kevin, you're unmuted. Kevin, are you there? He is unmuted on our end, so I'm not sure what the issue
I
is.
see. So we see his credential up there, but I don't hear him.
Yeah, I got a text from him saying he can't seem to talk.
He's unmuted here.
Looks like he called in on the phone now. Kevin, can you hear us?
Yes,
Okay.
I can. Can you?
Yep.
Excellent. Sorry, guys, I don't have a mic on my computer. So let me get started. So this presentation right now is for block 6. That would be the private street network and the central green. So the exhibit you see right now is actually presented at the UDC informational submittal, looking at just a general glimpse of what we're thinking for planting areas highlighted in green, the yellow being kind of the pedestrian streetscape area, and then the central green in blue, and that imagery there. Jump to the next slide, please. So our plant list has not changed much, maybe became a little bit more condensed this time around, still being very heavy on perennials and ornamental grasses throughout the streetscapes, a lot of native materials in this list, a limited amount of deciduous shrubs, and then street trees with the silvicell system beneath all of those street trees within block 6. You will notice that in the next slide that we have an extensive amount of plantings within the street terrace areas and kind of that darkened area along Gardner. Those are all plants through there, so we don't have any sod or Kentucky bluegrass seed that we have to maintain within these areas. It will be completely filled with plantings, and actually the points calculation throughout block 6 is almost 5 times as much as what is required by ordinance. Next slide, please. Quickly breeze over the site photometric plan. The fixtures you see highlighted in blue are all new to the project. We are utilizing some existing fixtures on Madison Yards Way and Gardner. We've provided those specifications within this exhibit. Next slide, please. And then jumping into the central green, just using this exhibit to again showcase the number of plantings that we're proposing surrounding the central green, and some large deciduous trees that we hope to shade the space in the coming years. Next slide. Looking a little bit closer at program elements throughout the central green, very similar to UDC informational. We haven't changed up the program much. We still have a stage in the northwest corner, that hammock hangout area, the restaurant, and kind of a passive space to the west. And then the MY seating area has refined itself a little bit. We're looking at various materials such as perforated metal, wood, and concrete to make this circular figure that'll be really of interest at the ground level, but then also from above. We have to think from above on this project as 5, 4, 3, and 1 are all looking down on this. The Street D and Gardner Road will be our active use space with a permeable paver integrated into the street and much of the terrace area. We are getting stormwater infiltration requirements through that space. And then the intent is to close down Street D and Gardner for large events such as the Westside Farmers Market. Next slide, please. And then quickly, just if you want to keep flipping, kind of looking at material palettes, have not changed, still a contemporary mix of materials. You know, whether it be Corten steel, contemporary lighting, pavers, Unilock paver systems, to just create that dense urban environment. And as you keep flipping through these, this would be that white box from the informational submittal, which we are looking for approval on the 1-story, 5,000 square foot massing of this building, but really not focusing on the architectural elements or the material. And there are a number of slides associated with this if you want to keep flipping just to show off that massing. I believe as you keep flipping, that will be the conclusion of the block. So with that, we'd be happy to take any comments, feedback.
Fantastic. Questions or comments from the commission? Shane, I'm gonna hold up just a second. There we go. All right, thank you. Go ahead, Shane.
All right, thanks. As Sean and Sean will know, I'm very familiar with this project and very familiar with the GDP, and I think what I'm seeing is really great. It seems very much in line with what the GDP included. I like the way that you've adopted materials and kind of finalized the forms. I think the planting scheme and the plant palette is good. Only one small suggestion on my end, and this is relative to the central green area. There's a lot of steps in grade change, which I think are really interesting. But because of that, I think you have a lot of railings. And out of all the like really high quality materials you're using, the form and the design of the railing didn't strike me as fitting or special enough with some of the other things you have. So I would just suggest that maybe you revisit the design. I think it's an opportunity. It's a vertical element that will stand out in the space quite a bit and will be noticed. So I think it deserves a little bit higher level, higher quality of design and materiality. But overall, I mean, it's a great project. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Lois.
There you go. So as far as the proposed 1-story restaurant, I do like the form of that. As we have the site plan up now, I'm not seeing where you may have utilities for the restaurant as far as any utility whatsoever, you know, any condensing units or garbage or what have you. So can you point out where that might go? Or maybe make a point of showing it when we actually see the proposed building.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now at this point for the restaurant, we're assuming the southwest corner of that building we'll have some type of screen wall to it with the transformer pad. So we are reserving the planting areas down on the south side to just be tweaked slightly to incorporate that.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, Christian, there you go.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a small comment. In general, most of this project, this part of it and the larger one, I'm pretty impressed with the plant palette. I'm loving the fact that you're using these permeable pavers on Gardner and Street D. But just a point of concern is I noticed, in this whole project, while there would be winter interest from some of the, perennials, you seem to be missing a good chance to use stuff that would really stand out in a winter landscape in here. And I'm not seeing any colored twig dogwoods or willows or any of the golden arborvitaes or camocypris that are out there. I think there's a lot of options that you can have out there that would really bring what's gonna, I think, need a much needed spots of color in this landscape. So, I'm not asking you to change much. You got a nice scheme going here, but I just have noticed, not just on this one, but on other parts of this overall project, that doesn't seem to be a concern at all of bringing some color and texture into the winter landscape.
Okay. Rafiq, scroll down to, I see you here. There you go.
Well, I don't know if that's a condition for approval that Christian was doing, but I was going to make a motion for approval. I'm not the landscape architect, so I don't know too much about those last comments regarding the vegetation, but yeah, I was going to make a motion for approval.
Okay, then I see, let's see, Shane. Is that a second to the motion?
Yes, I second that.
Okay. Any discussion on that motion? Craig?
Just to make sure we're adding Shade's comment about the railing as well.
Okay, so you would like to make sure the motion includes Shane's comments on the railing and anything Christian specific specific condition you may like to add with regard to your comment? Can't hear you. There you go. Sorry.
There you go. I don't want to hold up this proposal from going forward. I would just, like just a nod to an effort to try to, at this stage, it seems like there's going to be a lot of tweaking going on in this, and I just would like the developers to, make a good faith effort to maybe take my comments into consideration. I have no problems with going forward for approval on this, though.
Okay.
All right, so let's see. The motion was seconded. We have some conditions attached to the motion, and the motion it will require the actual building. I'm sorry, the approval will require the actual building to come back for another review. I see no other hands raised, so by unanimous consent with those conditions, block number 6 is approved. Don't go away. We want to hear about the next block on agenda item number 7, which would be block 3.
Great, can you hear me?
Yes.
So if Kevin's still unmuted, we'll talk briefly just about the site and landscaping and then kick it over to Craig Pride from KTGY to talk about the architecture.
Kevin is still unmuted.
All right, everybody hear me? Kevin here?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so if you jump to the next slide, as you're aware, there we go. As you're aware, block 3 takes on a 0 setback line on the west, south, and east elevations with the retail, approximately 10,000 square foot of retail on the south elevation, fronting the central green. With this slide and the next slide, if you jump to the next one, we'll just talk briefly on site and I'll turn it over to Craig. Just wanted to touch on the grade transition from University Avenue as we work our way up from that proposed sidewalk or the existing sidewalk that's out there now that we'll be replacing a portion of. We do work our way up that hillside to match into the DOT's hillside that you're familiar with. And then we use the building foundation to really work with the architecture on our planting selection. From the UDC informational submittal on the west side of the building, where you see those transformer and switchgear pads, that is the MG&E. Those are the MG&E switchgears as well as the building's transformers. Previously, we had a retaining wall off that northwest corner, which we've worked to actually feather that out with the grades and remove that retaining wall. But we still have a screen wall as well as some plantings there to the north of it, so it's screened from University. That is all I wanted to touch on with site, as most of the building is covered with, or most of the site is covered with a building. So if we keep jumping to the next slide, I will turn it over to Craig of KTGY. Oh, and sorry, we did provide a photometric plan that is really focusing only on the block 3 area. This would be wall pack fixtures, building sconces, and less on street fixtures. Those would have been touched on during block 6. Next slide.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And if Craig could be unmuted, we'll take it away.
Craig is unmuted.
Okay, thank you very much. This Block 3 project, again, is a mixed-use project that incorporates retail.
Craig, we're losing you.
Craig, you may have to call in using your phone. It sounds like the audio portion of your call may have been dropped.
Sean, can you spitball it here for us while he's calling in?
Oh, and so we carried over, these first 2 slides were really showing the relationship of the surrounding streets, where you have the lobby down at the lower level at University and Gardner, that road is in place, and you'll have a residential and parking access off of Gardner. And then if you go to the next slide, you'll see the Madison Yards Way level showing the commercial space, and then another entrance off of the state easement area to the west, which is planned north. If you continue down a slide, you will see, kind of the building section showing how we have that internal courtyard that is entirely surrounded by the building and only visible to the residents. And then showing, the massing, and we really have that 1-story grade difference between University and Madison Yards Way. If you go to the next slide, this is the updated final floor plan submittal, and we can kind of walk through these. If you have questions on them, we can come back. So this is the lowest level that is partially underground for parking. And next slide. This would be the Madison Yards Way level that has the commercial. And as noted, we've added some units facing University to shield the parking at that level. And there's also some bike parking
Next slide. This just shows the first floor of residential above the podium with the outline for the courtyard with interior space. And you can do the next slide.
Yep.
Craig, are you back?
Unmuted.
Yeah, I'm
Great.
back. You're doing a great job, Sean. I just suffered some loss of internet there for a minute. So again, you can continue. These are the typical floors of the residential. We do have a roof plan that shows we do intend to mount some small condensing units for the residential apartment units on the roof. However, our parapet walls will be elevated to a height that will provide screening directly horizontally from those units as well as adequately from the ground. Next. So we provided the kind of the flat on elevations, but I think the building shows best from the model elevations. The base of the building and the 2 floors you can see on the top is the Gardner Street elevation. We have a full 2-story podium at the intersection of Gardner and University where the residential lobby is. But on Madison Yards Way, basically the south half of the parking garage is dug into the hill. And so it's only a 1-story podium where the retail fronts onto Madison Yards Way. Next sheet. This is on the top is the west elevation, which we have altered, and I'd like to talk about it further when we get to the model views. The south is the front on elevation at University, and I think it shows better in the following. So next. So this is where you can really see the building form take shape. So this is the intersection of University and Gardner Way at the northeast corner of the site. Again, we've activated this corner with residential lobby entrance so that there's always activity down there, especially in the evening. In these renderings, where we don't really show interior lightscapes, you're just seeing the glass as the darker element, the bluer element. But the overall theme is a darker color base that is neutral tones we've selected for the entire building. Again, we sit between the larger, taller state building to the west and the shorter retail building of Whole Foods to the east on Block 2. Go to the next slide. This is more of the University frontage, and you get an idea of how we've shaped the landscape from University around the building and up to the second level or the second level of the podium, where we have all of the transformers and basically the utility area of the building. You can go to the next slide. Closer up image, just kind of indicating to you how we're kind of accenting the entrance to the residential lobby at this corner. We have lobby use on the ground floor. The second level, we have a series of residential units on University that screen the parking garage as well. And then the bulk of the residential building occurs from the 3rd floor on this level up. And then as you transition up in grade on Gardner, you have an entrance to the lower level of parking and then transition right into the retail at Madison Yards Way. Next. So this is the southeast corner of the building, looking at the center green at the south face of Block 3. The architectural form of the residential is a couple of simple moves. There are kind of large white block elements that run north and south through the building. And from that, we relief a series of squares that are framed in a medium gray tone with a playful pattern of fiber cement board in the middle. And that theme repeats around 3 sides of the building in this block form, with the corners of the building anchored in the white or lighter fiber cement panel and accented with horizontal banding and grouping of the windows. Next. Again, just a little bit more of a corner shot where you can see Madison Yards and Gardner. Next. You can go one more. On the west side, we took some comment that we had from our last meeting, which overall was favorable, but wanted us to look a little harder on the west elevation. Again, the west elevation for this, if you remember or looked at the plan, we have a corridor on the west side so that our units, we have one row of units on the west side of the building, and we've located the units so that the interior of that looks to the inside courtyard of the building. So on the west side, the previous plan was more monotone and less movement of color. We have stayed with highlighting the corner of the buildings with the larger white block elements. We have enlarged those and brought those further in from the corner than previous to kind of capture the extent of the residential unit before it changes to corridor use. But we have increased the movement, per se, of the architecture through the use of more coloration on the west facade to respond to some of the comments that we had at our last meeting. Next. The next two images are kind of renderings of the building, one in an evening tone, and this is kind of looking again from the southeast corner of the building. The center green would be to your left. Block 2 and Whole Foods actually would probably block your view of the midpoint of Gardner Way to the right, but it does show you that the building sets nicely in this environment. I think the landscaping really helps to ground this building. You don't read the podium as a podium because of the activation that we've provided at both ends. In this end, you're seeing the retail space that turns the corner and runs along Madison Yards Way, and you start to see the movements in the larger architectural pieces within the facade. You go to the next slide. Next. Did I lose you? Next, please. There we go. This is a rendering, backup 1, please. Backup 1 more. There you go. So this is a rendering of the corner of University and Gardner. Again, the residential lobby is at the lowest level. We have bike storage above that going along the Gardner Way and residential units that line University below the main 5-story element of the residential tower. So I think it does an exceptional job.
Yeah.
These areas. So that, if you want to go to the next page, we do have a color material board that highlights the materials that we are proposing.
Yeah, it looks like we just lost them.
That's timely because that's our last. That's our last
Can
slide.
everyone-
So
Can everyone see the material board and read the materials that are proposed there? Okay, I don't see any hands raised, so I take that as a yes. Sean, was there anyone else on your end who needed to say anything?
no, we're here to answer any questions, but again, I know Craig incorporated some of the feedback from the informational meeting when we were there, and we are ready to move forward and answer any questions you have.
Okay, I'll open it up to the commission for any questions or comments they'd like to suggest. Tom.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Thank you.
Yes.
Just a quick question on the materials, the joining system on the fiber cement panels. Is that a metal detail or is that just a reveal and space? How is that? Because it's shown as off. The panels are clearly distinct in the renderings.
Well, that's one I would hope Craig would be able to answer. My understanding is it is a reveal, but he's trying to call in now. But I can get that answer.
That's great. Yeah, I mean, you can go ahead and get that
Should
answer.
be unmuted here shortly.
Sorry, I'm back.
Yep.
I lost you again. I heard your question was about the fiber cement panels.
Yes, and the joints.
Yes. So our intention at this point is to use a jointing material similar to what you see in the upper right-hand corner that frames the panel. So there is a slight reveal to each one of those panel joints.
Is that a metal detail or is that also a fiber?
Yes. No, it's an aluminum trim piece.
Okay. All right. Okay. And then just one other quick general comment. Somebody else might join in on it. I still find the west face of the building. If let's just say if I were working in the state office building, I wouldn't want to look at that all day. It's still a little. It's colorful, but it's still a big flat facade.
Now's your chance, commissioners. Yes, Christian.
Okay, nobody else wants to comment, I will. I'll give a nice thumbs up to the white, light gray, dark gray patterning of the building. I find that, this was really ho-hum before to me visually, but now the articulation and the rhythm with those three colors, so to speak, really works for me. I think it's a real interesting looking building as your eye moves across it, and I agree with Tom to a certain extent that west side is definitely the ugly stepsister of the four sides of the building. But other than that, I think it's a really handsome building.
Thank you. We certainly have our share of brown and beige brick buildings around. Rafiq.
I was going to make a motion for approval since they were slow to comment, but it looks like Lois has a comment. So if hers is not that major, I'll make a motion for approval.
Let's see. Lois?
I'll second that. I was going to make a motion as well. In comment that thank you for asking about the joints of the material, because that's exactly what I was going to ask. And then I do think the view from the DOT building is a little improved. I think it's kind of just a pattern. But on the other hand, the DOT is making the rest of the neighbors look on the parking garage. So I have not as much sympathy, I think. Yeah. So I will second Rafiq's motion.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, I see no hands raised. And if there's no objections to unanimous consent, then item number 7 is also approved final. Okay. Thank you very much for those 2 projects. We look forward to seeing future development.
Thank you. Thank you.
You bet. So that brings us all the way to, I think, Janine, number 13. Is that right? Bayview?
That is correct.
If I got my notes right, okay. So that is 601 Bayview. And so we'd be looking for the applicant to start their discussion anytime they're ready.
Okay. So can you hear me?
I can hear, what was that, Scott?
Scott. Yes, sir. This is Scott Kwasinski with Horizon Development Group. I'm co-presenting with other folks here, which I'll introduce shortly, but just wanted to sort of introduce the project to everyone. This is a 130-unit affordable housing project at the corner of Regent and West Washington. The last time, I think we presented twice to UDC. Both were in informational formats, most recently in January. And since that time, we've added more detail to the project. We've spent more time working on materials and other relationships, and just really building on the positive feedback that we got at those last two meetings, as well as more perspective views of the development. And so with us tonight, we've got Tom Rogers from Smith Group. Smith Group was the civil engineer and landscape architect. Chris Socha from Caballo Oshotko Architects. TKWA was really helped us to pioneer this site plan, was the visionary behind what we're seeing here on our screen. Has been most closely working, I guess, on the community center design, but has also been really the creative energy behind some of the residential components also that you're going to see. And then Kevin Burrow from Kanothi Bruce Architects to walk us through specifics of the housing design. And so before I turn it over to Tom, I'll also mention, just for the benefit of the group, that some great news yesterday. WIDA officially announced tax credit awards, and we're really, really happy to announce that we received an award of tax credits on this project. So we're in a position here to move forward, and just really anxious, I think, to hear more of what the commission has to say. And we're, I think, requesting initial and final approval here. So.
Okay, and before you move on, I just wanted to ask Alder Abbas.
Yeah.
You got your hand raised?
Yes, I apologize. I forget. I want to just do a disclosure. My company worked on this project regarding energy modeling. I was not directly involved with that project. I forgot to disclose earlier.
Okay, thank you, Janine, if you could note that disclosure. And then we'll turn it over to the presenters. This is a pretty recent project. So, if you could keep the comments to, I guess, addressing some of our comments originally. I think most of us remember it pretty well.
Yeah, and if I can just say one more thing, last to speak would be Alexis London from the Bayview Foundation, just to kind of have closing comments. So with that, I'll turn it over to Tom.
Sure.
Thanks, Scott. Thanks, Scott. Can everybody hear me all right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Again, I'm Tom Rogers. I'm a landscape and urban designer with Smith Group. Just here to walk through the current site plan. I just want to say again that it is very much a reflection of the values of the residents, the great working relationship we've had with the whole group, and we're excited about the site plan as it is. What you see with the landscape plan, the site plan, are really some minor modifications from last time. There were some minor movements to refining circulation between certain elements, just really minor things that you wouldn't see. Are moving the trash enclosure over to the west side in the west parking lot, removing a small storage building, and then just refining the details of paving and planting and everything. You can go to the next slide. In the overall layout, we have worked through the circulation around the central green and around the community center to clean that up. And we have the small dark area as a playground structure, or a playground area. To the north of that is a small shade structure. And then those small curved areas are where the community gardens are. You can see the paved areas in both the parking lot and the center as well. So really creating pockets of cohesive places where it's easy to see and be seen, and we're creating good edges and circulation movements within there as well. You can go to the next slide. From a grading standpoint, this site is relatively flat. One of the most important things we did was raise it up to mitigate some of the drainage problems that they had before. There's some gentle mounding to help shape areas. You can see in that central green area. But generally speaking, the site is relatively flat. We have the buildings along the south edge are raised up a little bit, and there are stairs into those. The buildings on the north and in the central zone are at grade to create as many accessible entries as possible. From a stormwater standpoint, we actually have less impervious surface than we did previously. We are handling that with permeable pavers in the parking lots. You can go to the next slide. One of the unique things that you'll see that we're really excited about is the planting plan for the site. One of the things that we developed through the design process with the residents and with the group was to try to have a unique take on what the landscape should look like. That this didn't want to be a site with all green grass and a few foundation plantings. So we took a much different approach. We've minimized the amount of mowed bluegrass on the site to really only that central green area. The balance of the site that is planted is comprised of a couple things. There are low mow or no mow fescue beds in some of the middle areas, and then we move to a short grass prairie matrix, which is short grasses and native prairie perennials that are mixed. There's 4 different matrices we use, and we can share those with you in a moment, that mixes throughout the site. So that will provide a really unique texture, provide multi-season color and interest. We did work closely with staff and with maintenance talking about this as an idea, and they're really excited about it as well. So we think it's a really great setting that it creates for the residents that's really unique and different. It sets itself up well for art. It sets itself up well for how they want to use the site, and it blends well with some of the other customized planting and community planting gardens that are there. And we think it'll be a very unique feature for the site. You can go to the next slide. One of the things you can see with the planting plan, there is a significant amount of plants on the site. We try to work really hard to balance native and to balance plant numbers. So you see it's fairly well dispersed. There aren't huge amounts of any one species. So there's a lot of diversity, a lot of color, a lot of different interests. So really all together, making sure that we're supporting the great community that's here, creating unique pockets, creating unique experiences in a variety of colors and textures, to really build on the experience that we hope to craft here for the residents.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Okay, I think we'll hear next from Chris Stocha, Caballo Washatko.
thank you. And this would be the community building?
Yeah, that's correct. This is Chris, just checking that everybody can hear me okay.
Yes.
Excellent. Thanks a lot for having us here once again. So as Tom and Scott said, I'm Chris Socha. I'm a partner and architect with Caballo Washatko Architects. We had the pleasure of kind of authoring the master plan here, and now our work is really focusing on the community center. So I'll briefly kind of run us through the plans, just as a reminder of how this lays out. What's important about the community center is it really serves as the social heart of the entire complex. And it's the one building that reaches beyond the resident population out to the community at large. And so as you saw in the site plan, it's located on axes with Braxton to the west. And it really is more or less the geographic heart of the Bayview community. It straddles the community green to the north and a smaller green to the south. It has the challenge of being a truly four-sided building that is responding to unique conditions all around, and it looks to thoughtfully kind of respond to it. And so the building is essentially split into two masses. We can call it, for ease of talking it through, the west and the east. The western portion is on the ground level, really housing the administrative wing of the Bayview complex. The main entry occurs in what I like to call the knuckle of the building. So it's at the intersection of the east and west masses, roughly along grid 3, 7, and C. And so that becomes a very visible component as one is approaching from the west east on Braxton. There's a very large canopy that defines the walking path from the sidewalk all the way to the building. So the entrance to the public is kind of acknowledged and as people travel the new street that runs north and south of the building. The program on the eastern side of the building is something we've really kind of dubbed the pavilion. It's the heart of the green and acknowledges both greens. It has some of the more public facing pieces, including a meeting room, which is in the northwest corner of the building, a major kitchen space. The kitchen really serves as kind of a major gathering spot for the Bayview community. There are bathrooms and then children's programming space that's on the eastmost side of the building mass. On the southern piece, there's what we call the senior realm, and so this is kind of seniors having eyes on the street and purview over the green. And so in a shared event, this entire pavilion-like structure can sort of open itself up along its perimeter to welcome people in through bifolding door systems. Why don't we move to the next slide? I'm still seeing the ground floor here. It looks like there's just a delay in the... There we go. Okay, so this is the second level, and just so everybody understands, the west mass is a 2-story volume, while the east is a tall single-story volume. The western piece contains the class or the class program area. So the northern rooms are art space for children's programming. The center is kind of a heart space, gathering space, and then there are classrooms that are for different age groups that are along the southern edge of the building. And then there's also a rooftop deck, so you can see a door that exits to the east, just south of grid D along grid 4. That goes to an outdoor rooftop patio that straddles the building north to south. And then why don't we go to the next slide? We'll see elevations. No, I'm sorry, this is the roof plan, but that's okay. We talked that through. There you go. So this just kind of shows some key features. So sustainability is really at the foundation of the planning efforts that we're doing here. And so there's a significant photovoltaic array on the western portion of the building, as same for the east. And then you can see there's a green roof indicated between grids 5 and 7 on the plan. We can go to the elevations now. This really will probably show best in the rendered views, but it looks like the lines are a little muddy here on my screen. The north elevation, you're looking at the west volume on the right-hand side of the screen. On the ground level, you can see there's ample glazing that lines that walkway that you would find as you come from Braxton, and you can see the large steel canopy that covers that entire walkway. There are clear-story windows at the top of that admit north light into the art rooms. That entire volume that you're looking there is clad in a modular clay brick, which we'll see in the rendered views. The pavilion kind of takes on its own personality. It truly feels like a pavilion with this unique butterfly-shaped roof that kind of swoops to the north and to the south. What that feature is doing is admitting ample daylight through clear-story windows into the center of the space. So daylight is a really important feature here. You can see those bifolding aluminum-clad wood doors just below that. And all of it is surrounded by an arcade. And so the arcade kind of defines an outdoor porch that wraps from the north all the way east into the south of this building. And as you make your way around and we look at the west elevation facing Braxton, you can see that brick clad volume, which will have a lot of texture because we're going to push and pull the brick to create some real visual interest there. And you can see the art wing between grids E and F on the second floor, which is entirely glazed. And you can see how it wraps around on the south elevation above. And daylight is controlled through a series of aluminum and wood louvers. So why don't we go to the three-dimensional views so we can kind of see this a little clearer. So the view you're looking at here is kind of a bird's eye taken as if we're hovering sort of just above Braxton to the north, and you can see the community center on the right-hand side of the screen, how it faces the community green to the north. So you can see that kind of dynamic roof forms here, the butterfly roof and the pavilion, and then kind of the similar swooping roof over the art space. So I think, part of the comments that we heard last time when we were in front of UDC is how we bring the community center and the residential buildings kind of closer together. And I think what I pointed out in our last meeting is the current criticism of Bayview's community center today is it is almost indistinguishable from the residences that are there right now. So what we're trying to do is make a distinctive building that is of the DNA of the rest of it. And so what you'll see as we get into the residential portion is we've actually kind of brought the residential piece a little closer to the community center and vice versa. So for instance, our pavilion is entirely clad in wood. It's going to be stained. It's a horizontal rain screen and a vertical rain screen, depending on where you are on the elevation. And the arcade is going to be really sympathetic to the porches that you see in scale and in detailing on the residences. And then the treatment of the windows in the community center are going to kind of get closer to the residences. We're not using aluminum storefront here. We're using aluminum-clad wood windows and doors everywhere. So it has a residential feel and a scale that really knits things together. Why don't we go to the next slide? There we go. So this view is taken from the south looking to kind of the north and the west. And so here's where you can see how these sort of two distinct volumes come together. So again, the pavilion on the west, you can appreciate now the arcade that wraps around and creates kind of a sheltered outdoor space. So we're looking on that lower level of the senior realm and kind of the student realm on the eastern side of the building. You can see it's all at kind of a one elevation and steps down to some play courts to the south. You can see the brick clad volume. So we are using a modular clay brick that has kind of a gray tone to it. And you can see the windows everything's kind of responding to its unique condition on the site. So you can see the louvered windows on the south, on the second floor. There's punched openings for the administrative offices on the ground level that have kind of a little eyebrow louver over the top. And everything is a mix of really kind of classic materials here. Again, wood, brick, glass, and the arcade is covered in a translucent fiberglass. Why don't we go to the next slide? This view is taken from the community green on the north, looking to the south and slightly to the west. So again, you can see how the distinct forms kind of share DNA. The roof forms are kind of an echo of one another. We really are working hard to get the scale of the ground floor to have sort of be kind of both civic and residential all at once. And so, we really think the beauty of this building is going to be in all the details and the kind of levels of scale that you're going to see as this thing is realized. Again, you can see the juxtaposition here of brick and wood. You will note there's some mechanical screening. If you kind of look at the space in between the brick volume and the wood, there's about a 4.5, 5 foot tall wood screen that is screening some rooftop mechanical units. We can move to the next slide. I think this is the last one here, and this is showing a view from the new street that goes north-south, abutting the site. This is looking at the brick-clad portion, administrative on the ground level, louvered windows for the students above. You can kind of get a sense of the texture, push and pull of the brick. And you can see if you sort of look at the entry, the awning that comes out significantly. What's kind of lost in the view is there are large steel rods that tie this thing back, suspended from the face of the building. So I think I'll leave it there and introduce Kevin Burrow from KBA, who's going to take us through the residential buildings.
All right. Thank you very much, Chris. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. If you could go to the next slide. I can walk through the floor plans really quickly. With regards to the housing, we've got a mixture of apartments and townhomes on this property. There are two apartment buildings and then a total of 7 or 8 townhome buildings as well. So this represents the building that is on the corner of West Washington and Regent Street. This is a 48 unit building and has 41 underground stalls. Next slide, please. The overall layout of the building has entries on both sides of the building, along the street, along Regent Street, basically at the corner, and then also on the courtyard side for the residents to be able to access all the common area and green space. The parking lot would be located to the south of this. So it's a mixture of 1s, 2s, and 3-bedroom apartments. And the intention of these apartment buildings is to make sure that we have accessible housing for residents so that they can stay in place and live on this property by having a fully handicap accessible building. Next slide. This shows the 4th floor. We jumped up to 2nd and 3rd floor is just a continuation of typical units. And on the 4th floor, we are stepping the building back from a 3-story to a 4-story building such that we break down the scale, which might have been noticed in that earlier axonometric view on the first renderings. And then on the northeast corner is where we have the community space with a large outdoor roof area for all residents to be able to go outside and has great views towards downtown Madison. And then again, the building steps back on both ends of the building as well. Next slide. This shows the overall exterior design of the building. It's really simple in regards to the number of materials involved. We basically have masonry and lap siding as our predominant siding materials. There's a small accent of panel along the parapet edge just to create the upper edge of the building, but otherwise the entire first floor is the same clay masonry as on the community center. And we have lap siding in this salmon color running up the side of the building. And then we are intentional with creating opportunities for artwork and amenities on the sides of the buildings as shown in the graphics represented with the multicolor areas. On the upper elevation, you can see in the left-hand corner that community area with the large rooftop patio space. Next slide, please. These are the other views of the building. You can see the access to the underground parking. And then here again, where you can see how the building does step back from 3 to 4 stories. The next views will show some perspective views. So let's go to the next slide, please. So this is a view from the community green area looking back to the building. And you can see the main entry portion of the building where that artwork feature is at the center of the intersection of the knuckle of the building there. And then you can see the walk paths up. And there is intended to be fruit trees in front here as part of the landscaping plan. And here's where you can clearly see how the building steps from 3 to 4 stories. Next slide, please. This is a view along West Washington Avenue where you can see that community room up in the upper corner there. And we do have a pergola type structure over it to provide some shade, but it's really intended to be an outdoor space, open air as much as possible. And then each of the units themselves do have their own balconies or patios. And we created this contiguous element along the facades here, tying the 2nd floor balconies all together to create more of a colonnade effect, similar to what was taking place on the community center. Next slide, please. Here's another view again where you get a shot of that, the corner of the building basically at the intersection between Regent and West Washington Avenue. And again, a secondary entrance is located here where that predominant artwork area is shown. Next slide. And then another view looking on the side of the building. This would be along Regent Street. Next slide. And then an aerial view looking down into that main entry area and the outdoor patio space available for the residents. Next slide. Moving on to the other apartment building, this is a 25-unit building that has a basement parking level that actually goes underneath a portion of the community center. So the community center is the area shown on the left side of the screen. So we are able to pick up additional parking and then tie the foundations together so that we're able to achieve 38 parking stalls. And the apartment building above has 25 units within it. Then we have ample bike parking shown here as well, right at the base of the ramp into the underground parking level. Next slide, please. This is the overall first floor plan where we've got the entry of the building coming along the new private street shown in the lower corner of this floor plan. And then again, it's a mixture of 1s, 2s, and 3-bedroom apartments. And there is a community space on this building as well in the upper corner with a large outdoor patio, or an L-shaped patio, I should say, that comes around to allow access down to the sidewalk along Washington Avenue. Next slide. So these are the exterior elevation views. Same material palette as shown on the previous apartment building. Same materials where we have a masonry base, lap siding, and then an accent along the parapet edge. Next slide, please. Other views along the private streets, along the long axis of the building, and then the other, the east elevation is what fronts onto the green space. Next slide. So here's a perspective view as you would be looking at the building over the new public street, looking towards the northeast. So you can see the ramp to the underground, and then the main entry there is, again, noted by that large artwork feature. Next slide, please. Here's another view looking at the underground parking entrance, and this is a view you'd see coming just off of West Washington onto that new private street. Next slide. The other side of the building here is rendered where, again, every unit has their own balcony or patio space. Next slide. And this is the view that is seen from West Washington Avenue, and the larger glass area represents a community room on the first floor of the building. Next slide. We have, again, a mixture of 8 different townhome buildings. One of the buildings has 14 units within it. This is a floor plan view of that. We can just breeze through these plans. So go to the next slide. So this is the exterior elevations. This is where, again, we have a very simple palette of materials. It's predominantly lap siding and some vertical siding, and then just a variety of colors. And the color decision has been very well thought through, working with the residents and the client in great detail to come up with vibrant colors that really are akin to the uniqueness of this facility and the residents here. So we went to great effort to try and differentiate each unit to have their own color scheme, and then repeated that pattern throughout the complexes. And each residence does have their own patio or balcony space available as well. Next slide. So this is a perspective view of that 14-unit building shown in the background behind that pergola area, and this is a view taken from that community green. Next slide. Another view of the townhomes. The 14 unit is shown on your right-hand side, and this is that another intricate outdoor space that's been created with a variety of landscapings and just basically providing various amenities for the residents to be able to come out and enjoy and visit with each other. Next slide. This is a unit of or a floor plan of a typical 6-unit building where we have 2-story townhomes. Units on the end are have their patios on the ends of the building, and then the 4 units that are back to back in the middle have patios on each side. Next slide. The elevation view of this, again, keeping in character to the overall feel of having each unit have its own color scheme to it, even wrapping around the ends, but they're all identifiable then based on their color and then how the whole palette comes together. Next slide. Here's a perspective view then as you can look down onto these 6-unit townhomes and how they relate to each other, and again, the outdoor community gathering spaces that have been achieved through the site planning and landscape layout. Next slide. Another view in the courtyard area there where we've got these seating elements, these small seat walls available so people can come out and enjoy the outdoor space. every resident is going to be able to have the opportunity to have some gardening space in front of the unit as well. And then again, large outdoor patios that they can gather on. One thing to note in the background there, it's slightly hard to see, is these arbors that we have gateway elements into each of these spaces between the buildings. Next slide. Layout of another 6-unit townhome building. You can go to the next slide. The elevation views of this, again, similar, all the same materials, just different color palettes intermixed throughout the facility. You can see how the end units have the porches wrapping around the corners as well to create sort of an element of interest around the corner that are sometimes facing the public sidewalks. Next slide. Here you can see a perspective view then of these units. What you're seeing in the foreground then is the garden plots that are also have been established on this property. So each resident would also have an opportunity to have a garden plot as well. And here you can get a sense of those harbor elements that form the gateways into those spaces between the buildings. The units that have entries on one side and a back patio on the other, we've shown here where we've opened up and done a partial roof area, so you have opportunity for more natural light to come on what would be in essence their back patio space, where their main entry front porch is fully covered. Next slide. Here's another view then looking down between the buildings. You can see the apartment building on the left and then the townhomes on the right. Next slide. Another view between the buildings. Again, you can see the gathering spaces that we've created. Next slide. A layout of the 7-unit townhome. Next slide. Elevation views of that. Again, similar materials and palette. Next slide. And then a perspective view. This building is actually the one that fronts along West Washington Avenue. So all of these residents have basically front doors greeting the street along West Washington Avenue. Next slide. This is the overall layout then to help explain the color locations. We wanted to do this to make sure that we had a consistent mixture of colors and appropriately scattered around the site. But again, it's basically this very similar materials of just lap siding, wood accents, and then the brick is, you can see the brick color in the lower left-hand corner of this slide, that grayish color. And then all the paint colors are shown here in the column on the left-hand side as well. Those are all the slides with regards to the exterior. Now I'd like to turn it over to Alexis to just summarize how we've come to this design.
Hi, thanks for tonight. I just wanted to say that a lot of the work that went into some of the architecture was due to the design justice group that we put together that was made up of 2 architects in the field, 1 planner, and 5 residents and staff involved in that process. And they met over the course of, I think it was immediately after the last UDC meeting, and we met 5 times in January and February to talk more about how do we ensure that the residents' priorities, interests, and ideas are integrated into the architecture and the built environment of this project. So some of the comments from UDC actually propelled us into developing that Design Justice Committee and doing that work, which led to some of the main features in the architecture, including the livable porches, the color differentiation, and some of the garden features and the natural light, the big windows, and kind of this interesting integration of traditional architecture and some modern architectural features. So, but I specifically wanted to talk a little bit about placemaking. Bayview, part of our mission is art and culture. And so creating spaces that promote people's health, happiness, and well-being is really important to us and well integrated into this design through many aspects. And some of those aspects really will come to light over the next 3 years as we construct the project and continue some of the planning processes. But I just wanted to point out that currently there are 6 to 7 specifically designated art spaces on the project. On the site layout, you can see them indicated by kind of a reddish pinkish dot. Those are spaces where we will either do community-based practice art, which would involve residents in sort of the design and conception and creation of those pieces, And then we also have artwork that will be commissioned artwork by regional artists that will hire and contract to do that work and work with the residents, but it will be more of the artist's work. We dedicated a lot of space to gardens and growing food. Sustenance agriculture is a big part of the culture at Bayview, and so that's been really important in thinking about our design. And then throughout the design, we've integrated formal and informal gathering spaces. One of our goals is just to get people outside, bumping into each other, bumping into the natural environment, talking to each other. And these are all ways that we break down barriers, we make more connections among people, and we promote general health and well-being. So those are all components to placemaking and all things that we are continuing to think about and plan for in the project and really excited about, because I think we realize that that's what makes a complete neighborhood. I mean, you've got the housing and the buildings and the green space, but it's how you think about it holistically that makes a complete neighborhood and integrates to the surrounding community. We've put together an incredible team, and thank you all the UDC members for taking a look at this plan over the last few months, and we're really excited to hear your feedback now that we know that the project's moving forward. So we're excited to hear and integrate those ideas.
Thank you. That was a very comprehensive presentation. I appreciate the detail that you went into. Any questions or comments from the commission? Well, I'll go after Craig. Go ahead, Craig.
There we go. Kevin, I had a couple questions for you on the mosaic art walls. Is that for sure going in right away, or what materials behind there? Just wondering if that's like most murals, etc. If that's something for sure going in, or if that's optional.
No, it is intended that there will be an accent feature at those locations. We will have the building enclosed and clad with siding material behind, but with the intention of it ultimately being covered up with artwork. Lexi could speak to the exact pieces that are intended to be there, or how this might be achieved.
No, I guess that's what I mean. So you're going to side it, and then the mosaic's going to go over the front of the siding.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. And then my second question for you, and I know you have a lot of details in there already with the different colors and trim, et cetera, on the residential units. But with all the gables, I'm probably going to beat Tom to this because I'm sure he probably has this comment, but downspouts, especially with all the different colors, knowing how much time you put into this, that's just going to be one element to pay a lot of attention to, especially at corners, et cetera, where they'll be prominent. Otherwise, I think you guys overall did a tremendous job, and I really don't have any other comments for you.
Okay, thank you. Tom.
Yeah, thank you. I missed the first presentation of this, so maybe my question has been answered, but we didn't have a close-up of materials tonight. All of that lap siding is a cement board kind of product. I just want to confirm, or what is it made of?
Yeah.
Let me answer that one.
Yeah, it'll be a composite siding material, either LP Smart Side or a James Hardy cement board siding, but we would be leaning towards the LP Smart Side, the wood siding.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Well, I had a question. As I was looking through the renderings, it looked like it was a place that young professionals would really love to live in, because that's who the renderings were populated with. But I know there's families going to be there. And on the site plan, I didn't really see a whole lot of bike parking. And you know how kids are and everything. I mean, they're going to be wanting to put their bikes all over the place. And I'm just wondering, to keep them from locking them to porch columns and so forth. are you in a position as, time goes on and you see how it's really used to add additional bike racks for residents closer to their front doors?
Yes, we would be able to incorporate that. Lexi, would you like to speak to how the intended use for the bike parking is?
I'm happy to. In addition to the bike parking, our play structures aren't shown yet. The basketball court is obviously shown and represented by the mural to the south of the community center. But there are several play spaces that are directly north of the community center that aren't shown. And I know that Smith Group has done a really great job with figuring out where bike parking would be. I don't know the details on that. I know some of it is underground in the parking structures, but I know that there's kind of a considerable amount scattered throughout the site. But we probably need more. Yeah, Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, that's okay. I can speak a little bit to that. There are about 70 bike parking spots scattered throughout the site, and then there's a balance of underground bike parking as well. If I remember, there's about 80 or so additional underground spaces. But what we've done with the bike parking is tried to balance putting spots in the center where they are closer to the community center, the basketball court, the play area where we expect kids to go and stop and dump their bikes, and then placing additional locations somewhat in from the street, not out on the streets where they're really highly visible and you can't see them while you're using them, but a little bit to the inside. So that node on the north, there's a few spots. All of those, around the parking lot, there's a few spots. By the garden shed, there's a few spots. So there's a balance of dispersing them throughout the sites to make sure there's enough of them around, and then trying to put some core parking at a few key areas.
Okay. Yeah, that was my only concern. Sometimes, kids don't consult the site plan and they see, the closest place, and it's something, you may need to adapt to as time goes on. Let's see. I see a number of hands here. I thought I saw the Alder. Yes, I do. I will ask Alder Evers to speak, please.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate being able to comment on this project. I have to say I am so totally impressed with the process that this project has undergone. The amount of sounding and in terms of really letting the residents of Bayview have their voices expressed, and the intentionality with which that communication took place, and to see how that's represented in the final outcome is actually, in my way of thinking, a template perhaps that other developers should explore. Really investing in resident engagement and community engagement and neighborhood input really does result in a better project. I'm also very impressed with the aesthetics of this project. One of the complaints that I've heard in other parts of District 13 that I represent, is that, this looks like every other project in the city. There's nothing distinctive about this project. It could be anywhere USA, anywhere in Madison. You can't say that about Bayview. This project is distinctive. It will be a hallmark. It will be demonstrative, and people who will drive past will notice it and will see the beauty of it. And it's distinctive also from an individual standpoint. Not the individual units aren't cookie cutter replicants of. There's individuality expressed. And lastly, I want to comment on the environmental qualities, the work that's been done in sustainability and green space. All these types of these developments, in many ways, I see this project undoing much, or a good step forward and undoing the tragedy of the past and what happened in the old Greenbush. And there's a real opportunity here for Madison to put its thumbprint in a positive way on the triangle, on this portion of the triangle. And we'll wait to see what happens with the CDA properties that will also be developed on the triangle. But if what Bayview has done is any indication of what the future holds, we're going to be in really good shape. So I encourage you all to embrace this unanimously. The quality of this project is unparalleled in my mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alder Abbas.
Thank you. I will also echo Alder Evers. It's incredible design, especially for a triangle, and so much attention to detail. And also the design have so much good features, engagement. That's the thing. Like as an alder of the district which I represent, we have a lot of affordable housing. A lot of housing is proposed. The engagement with the residents, and also how you can engage them with the land and with the earth, with the greenery, with opportunity of art making, opportunity of veggie gardens. This is incredible. I really like how much thought process has been given for this project. And I really hope moving forward, other developers see this project as a template for and move forward with intention to engage residents in a major development projects like that. I just want to say that I really like overall design and how much better this design is to engage the neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. And we see no registrants in opposition, that's for sure. Any other questions or comments from commission or a motion? Yes, Lois.
I'll make motion for final approval.
Is there a second? I see Tom. Is that the second? Okay, seconded by Tom. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing no discussion or opposition to unanimous consent, it looks like item number 13 is unanimously approved for final approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have been informed that there was a registrant for item number 1 going way back to 4:30 this afternoon that unfortunately was not picked up on our list. And so I'm going to ask for a motion to reconsider that item. That was the 1109 Park Street. I don't know, Kevin, if you have anything to add to that?
No, I mean, I think just like we did earlier in the meeting, a motion to reconsider and then reopen the public hearing, and then we can turn it over to the speakers and go back to that item would be what I advise.
And I understand that the applicant is present?
That is my understanding, that the person in opposition is present, as is members of the development team.
Yes, they are.
Okay. And is that a motion, Craig?
Yeah, I'd take a motion to reconsider item number 1.
Okay. Is there a second on that? Okay, Lois seconded. So by unanimous consent, we are going to reconsider item number 1, and just so that we can try to stay in order, we'll go back to item number 1 before we resume the remainder of the agenda.
Okay. Stephen Keatle should be live. Stephen, can you hear us?
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Should I speak now or should I wait until later?
Well, we have reviewed the plans before the meeting, so we're familiar with the project. If you would just like to introduce yourself, who you represent, and what your concerns are with the project, we'd appreciate. Okay. Kevin raised. Here we go. Yes.
just very quickly, Mr. Keel did have slides that I think Janine or I could share with the body. So I just wanted to let you know that one of us will be sharing a screen.
Thank you.
Sure.
I don't know if you can, Mr. Keel, if you can see the images that we can see or not.
Yes, I can see them. It seems to be working correctly. And thank you for coming back to this item. And I'm glad to have the opportunity to say a few comments about it. And I will try to be organized here. First, I am Steve Keitel, and I am just representing myself, a neighbor to the property being considered. And a few comments from me and the neighbors are: we are glad to see a number of things happening here, adhering to the 3-story structure, and we're glad to see urban population density being upgraded. Several of my neighbors were watching earlier to hopefully see a presentation, but they're probably not here now. The 2 points that I wanted to touch on, I am mostly in favor of the project. I just had a couple of things I was in opposition to, hoping they could be considered. My 2 main points that I'd like to make are, number 1, about possible privacy and noise issue from the rooftop terrace that is facing Emerson Street, which is where this view is facing. This picture is my front door looking out my porch. And the other issue I wanted to bring up is the parking gap in blending the new structure into the rest of the neighborhood, which is single family residences, 1.5-story and 2-story houses. You can kind of see by this, based on the fact that Emerson and Park Street are at an acute angle, that the back of the building, the present building, which is hopefully you can imagine the new building there, the back of the building is actually a front when you're considering it from the Emerson Street perspective. And so this is a representative view of from the residences nearby. If you go to the next picture, this is approximately where the proposed parking lot would also be. And it shows that there would not be a continuity between the 3-story building and the single family residences adjacent to the property. It would be an immediate jump down to parking lot view. And I'm concerned that this would, well, number 1, it's not aesthetically in congruity with the rest of the neighborhood. And it also could become an issue of being like an echo chamber for noises in the parking area that would be reflected and amplified out into the neighborhood. And if you go to the next photo, you're probably familiar with this building. It's the Ideal on Drake Street. And what we had proposed to the developers last time they wanted to put a building here a few years ago, which they actually did adopt, is the idea of putting in a smaller step down section of building between the existing neighborhood and the new building. And it wouldn't have to be a very deep building. It's more just to maintain the congruity of the facade. And then this would also kind of contain noises and whatnot from the parking area. If you go to the next slide, you can see how that extension they put on the Ideal blends pretty well height-wise with the next house, single family residence in the neighborhood on Drake Street. So then the other thing I mentioned was the proposed rooftop terrace on the building. I don't have a photo of that, but you may recall it from the plans that Kevin had presented. I'm not sure when, but I'm sure he has. And we would like to see the developers create a space where there aren't any major privacy issues. And the terrace, the rooftop terrace idea, puts the surrounding single-family residences kind of at the mercy of noise pollution and unwanted attention by gatherings up on the roof. And that could also be, in the evening or the nighttime when noise and all that is really not welcome to people who are living in their houses nearby. And I don't know that a neighbor would really have much recourse against that, other than to call the police or whatever. But that really shouldn't be the job of the neighbors to have to police that or enforce that. So I guess my personal opinion is to eliminate the rooftop terrace or orient it towards Park Street, which is all surrounded by commercial and not residences, people trying to go to sleep. I guess that's mainly what I had. Hopefully I've explained it fairly well, and I am open for questions. Can you hear me?
I think my microphone was accidentally unmuted, but I think it should be the chair's microphone that should be unmuted here to move forward with the proceedings.
Sorry, I thought I saw your hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Maybe it was from before. Okay, so those are the two major concerns stated by Mr. Keidel. Do we have someone representing the designer or the developer to address those two concerns?
We have Kevin Burrow here, and Randy Christensen had registered as available to answer questions.
All right. Kevin, did you hear the two concerns that Mr. Keidel raised?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
And I appreciate the concerns that were raised. We do have the community room located on the corner of the building that fronts along Emerson. We are stepping the building back from 3 stories down to 2 stories at that location, with the intention of that being a gesture towards a step down to the residents, realizing it's not in comparison to the images he showed with the ideal and that more of a dramatic step down. But we do want to create that outdoor community gathering space. Thank you, Janine. So it's shown on the corner here, fronting along Emerson. So the community room is shown on the 4th floor, or on the 3rd floor, and steps out on the roof of the 2nd floor out into that area. The use of that space is regulated by the developers of this project, and they've voiced in the past that they would certainly be willing to regulate the use, and if there were any noise concerns or anything like that, would be available to step in and help mitigate that. But we do want to create some outdoor gathering space for all residents to be able to use that is, it is elevated up on the 2nd floor, off the 3rd floor level, I should say.
Okay, and is that both areas in the light blue that we're seeing?
The community space is the light blue area on the left-hand side. We are stepping the building back again from 3 stories down to 2 on the right-hand side as well. Again, as a gesture to bring the scale down towards the residential neighborhood to what would be the northeast.
So do you have an approximation of what the occupant load might be on the roof terrace?
The terrace is not overly large. In reality, you'd probably be able to have maybe 15 to 20 people comfortably out there.
All right, and then with regard to the transition in height, I don't know, Janine, are there any, or Kevin, are there any perspective or elevation drawings of the Emerson Street side?
Yeah, some of the last rendering pages would show that. Right there. So you can see the community center located in the upper corner of the building there.
Okay, any questions from the commission members to either of the speakers? Oh, I don't see any. Shane.
I don't have a question. I was just going to make a motion, and I can continue with that. I think I can sympathize with the neighborhood's concerns and the large building kind of replacing what they're used to. However, I think it's a really nice project overall, and the way it contributes to the streetscape, and especially on Park Street. So my motion would be for approval with the contingency that maybe along those balconies we can add raised planters or some sort of vegetated edge, so to reduce or minimize the amount of like congregating that could happen on that edge. And I think that would be a nice experience from the residents at the street too, to see something green kind of along that break in mass. I do think that the step back is important to the scale of the building and breaking it down a little bit. So my motion would be for approval with that contingency.
All right. Is there a second on the motion? Is that a second, Rafiq? I'm trying to unmute you, but I can't.
Yes.
There we go. Okay. Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, Craig?
Shane, I just want to clarify, was that like movable planters, or was that built-in planters along the edge? Just to make sure that we're giving Kevin the right direction on what we're looking for him to do.
Am I?
There we go. There we go.
This guy?
That's a good point of clarification. I would suggest that it doesn't have to be built in per se, that it could be something that sits above the roof deck itself if it's pavers. I would suggest that you would use maybe like a 1/3 proportion. I don't think it needs to be solid planting along that entire edge, but that the target here and my intent would be that if structurally feasible to do like a movable planter for at least 1/3 of that edge.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other discussion on the motion? Christian.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, we frequently see when these projects come in and are next to single-family residential houses, and change is difficult. It's your tendency, I think, is to look at the changes is bad, and it's going to lower your quality of living experience there. But I think this is a really well done project. And honestly, I don't like to insert myself into Mr. Creedle's, well-spoken views, but this across the street, if that was my house, I just can't even imagine that I could see this as anything than a huge improvement over that kind of, rundown, scrubby looking parking lot that's currently there. I don't anticipate that this is the kind of neighborhood or development that's going to have a hard partying residence that will make that outdoor terrace a bad experience for the neighbors. It's certainly possible, but I really doubt that that's going to be the case. And I think the project is going to be an asset to the neighborhood, not a detriment.
Okay, thank you. No further comment then. Seeing no objections to unanimous consent, the project has final approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that brings us back to agenda item number 14, 3840 Maple Grove Drive. And I think we're going to have to say so long to Rafiq on this one.
Okay, we have Mark Ott registered to speak. Mark, can you hear me?
Yep.
Can you remind me, did we give initial on this one already or not? We did.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have initial. So if you just want to dive right into the few comments that and conditions that we had for final, that would really be appreciated.
I'm right there with you. All right, so great to be back. Interesting format that we're all in. So we'll jump into it. We had 4 items listed on the memo from our initial approval to kind of address and give more detail. One was showing the gutters and downspouts on our buildings, which we've done on our renderings. Those are in the later pages if we wanted to flip through it or if you just wanted to look in your packet, but they are on the updated renderings. Item number 2 was simplify the roof forms. That was specifically on our townhome buildings. Again, if you remember, there's 3 different styles of buildings on this project. And simplifying the roof forms was on the back side, basically, of the garages of the townhomes. And I'll try to get up mine so I can see what pages we're on here too. Anyway, there was some eyebrow roofs that we put on there to kind of break up the roof line, and it was thought that those weren't actually doing anything, that we should remove them. So we did take those off. I'm trying to get to the pages. I think you got to go up from where we're at there if you want to see those roof lines. I'm trying to find what page it is myself. So that was taken off. We are on page. Sorry for the. If you want to look at page 32, I have it on page 32 would be an example. Yep, right there. So if we clicked on that, you can see basically this backside of the building, the garage. We had eyebrows on there. Was asked to simplify that, so we took those off. I'm going to go past number 3. We'll come back to that one. Is probably the more conversation. Number 4, simplification of site plan with changes to parking, increased landscape, particular in the courtyard. So if we go to page 4, 7, and 8 are kind of where these show up. So we had a couple of different islands. One in the townhome lots, which I think would show up on page 4. Well, it's not your page 4. It's different than what my page 4 is. Sorry, trying to get up to that. So we simplified, if you can go down on the slides. Sorry, it's not page 4. We can go down, scroll ahead. We had one in the townhome lots that we reconfigured. So if you can go to page, why not mention up where there's landscape plans.
Yep, right there. The
Sorry,
apartment.
Jennifer's in. Yeah. Well, that's one of them. So we had the apartment, which has a big kind of island in the middle that wasn't well defined.
Up one more sheet, I think. It shows the area between the 4 apartment buildings.
Yep, sorry, 22. Yep, there you go. So this area is kind of an enlargement. There's, if we were to look at the site plan, again, there's basically a rectangular parking lot with a center island in the middle, if you will, that wasn't well defined from a landscaping and use standpoint. And it is big enough that we want to make it an area that the tenants could use. So here you can see that we have done a more elaborate landscape plan. Really what this is obviously with some trees and et cetera, but we've got 3 different grilling kind of areas in there. So you know, with picnic tables and built-in grills that the tenants could come out and use, and then the remainder of the space there is kind of a green space. You know, they could go sit out or throw a ball around or whatever. So that's one of them. The other one would be, I think if you scroll up, for me it comes up as it's in the. For some reason, my pages aren't matching the numbers. If you keep scrolling up, I can show you. It's the, sorry. Jennifer, can you help me here with which page?
Which one are you looking for?
I'm looking for this one, right? For me, it's L-1.2 is our sheet. For me, it says it's sheet 18.
Is it the townhomes or the?
Yeah, it's a townhome. Sorry, I'm trying to go fast here. Try sheet 18. That's what it shows up on mine. Try that one. Yeah, I think that's it. So if you see in here over on the far left-hand side, there's a group of 4 buildings, and this scale doesn't really, this view doesn't really show up well, but there's a center island in there that was asked to be reconfigured. The layout of it on the previous initial review wasn't loved, so this was a suggestion to reconfigure that island a little bit. So those are the 2 ones. Yep, there we go, a little bit better. So we've just reshaped that, made it a little smoother to work around there. So that was the comment, one of the other items on the memo from the last meeting. And then the final one, just getting back to it, is if you remember with this project, we're asking to use vinyl siding on the project. And if the narrator could bring up our materials sample board that we sent to Janine today. So it was just brought up to continue to look at, make sure we're using very good vinyl. Again, the architecture of this project was done very intentionally such that, we did this project, trying to break up the length so we don't have long lengths of vinyl with more bays and different scenarios. This was the original sample board that was brought in at initial. We go to the next slide. What we've gone out and done is done more research on the vinyl, making sure that we're trying to use the best and high quality that we can. What the original vinyl that was submitted the last time was Certainty brand, which has really great and vibrant colors, but was asked that the mock-up and some of the samples we showed looked like they might have more cupping. So we talked to a few different installers that our general contractor likes to use, and they all recommended a brand called Mastic, carved wood 44, which you can see there as what they've seen to be a much better install for straighter lengths and less chance for that to happen. And we're using their highest end here, which is this carved wood 44, which again has their darker colors. Looking at the thickness of vinyl, we're using the premium level, which is significantly thicker than kind of what you'd have on your standard residential. So we are using almost the highest. I think there's a couple of manufacturers that make a couple decimal points, higher thickness, but this is a premium level brand. And again, so we've done the research for this. So this just shows you that we're proposing to use Mastic carved wood instead of the Certainty that we brought before. If you go to the next slide, and those would be the colors to kind of swap out for the Certainty colors. So we go to the next slide. This shows you that new brand of Mastic in a mock-up panel that we did. So showing again some of the detailing here, we are proposing to use the vinyl, but we're using fiber cement corner boards, and some of our band boards are fiber cement, and our window wraps, and et cetera. So this kind of shows you the new proposed siding in a mock-up. And with that, that's kind of the highlights of what we brought in that's different and addressed. And that's just a picture of, there's more literature in here from the manufacturer if you wanted to dive into it in their colors. But and then again, these are just photos of examples of other vinyl projects that we've done and detailing that we're doing that's similar, just showing that, done right, the vinyl project can look, good if you take the time and buy the right stuff and install it right. So with that, that's kind of the fastest and quickest highlight I can give you of what we've brought in different than our initial approval.
Great, thank you very much. Yeah. If you hang on there, I will see if there's any questions for you from our commission members. We had a number of items asked that they bring back to our attention for final. The request is for final. Tom.
I'll make a motion for final approval.
Thank you. Is that a second, Craig? Okay. Any discussions on the motion? Gotta put all these blue hands down. I don't see any blue hands. Okay, no further discussion. Then by unanimous consent, you have final approval. Thank you very much. That brings us, let's see, looks like item number 17, a residential building complex at 3040 Commercial Avenue and 709 McCormick Street.
Okay, we have Paul Cutta.
Cuda. Thanks. Great. Thanks, everybody. I hope you're hanging in there. It's I know you guys still have more to go, so I'm going to try to be quick here. We were back to we were initially in to see you back in February. We didn't have a lot of landscape detail, so I'd ask if Joe Hanauer is registered. He's the landscape architect, that he's unmuted as well, because he can speak better to any possible questions related to landscape.
Joe is unmuted.
Okay, thank you. So the site is at the kind of the end of Commercial Avenue as it butts into the intersection of Highway 30 and Aberg Avenue, East Wash. Greg Szymanski owns kind of the property that's highlighted, including a kind of above and below the pink area. And the proposal is to actually add 3 8-unit buildings, do some significant work on the larger lot, and then take down an old farmhouse on the 701 McCormick site and add a new building. So there are other, many actually 2-story kind of apartment buildings in the area, so it's consistent with the neighborhood. Our neighborhood process, we've been to the neighborhood twice, kind of showing the evolution of the design. There were actually 4 buildings originally. We've simplified that, had a great dialogue with them. And I think you received a support letter from the neighborhood association that talks a little bit about our process and the successful dialogue we've had along the way. So moving on to the next slide, it shows the site a little bit more detail about what's existing and what we're taking off. So on the 701 McCormick site, there's 2 16-unit buildings and then the old farmhouse building. The farmhouse building is in disrepair, as Greg has tried to keep up with kind of doing everything, but it just continues to be problems. And so we're actually going to replace that with a 4-unit building that will be 4 2-units, 2-unit apartments. And then the larger lot, which is up in this instance, but is to the east, we're removing 2 garages and a small shed, and then kind of you see the trees and some of the other drive and all that to take care of kind of our site design. The larger garage that's fronting or kind of along East Washington Avenue, that's a storage building that we were going to relocate on the site. That no longer is happening. Greg has acquired another property that he's using for storage of kind of his facilities, kind of maintenance stuff. But there are, we'll talk to what's going in. There's kind of 2 new garages going in for the private residences. Those are the 2 blue boxes that you see on the McCormick, on the Commercial Avenue site. Those 2 residences at the north end of that property are being maintained. They are single-family residences. They're currently rented, and we'll also be doing some work on fixing up painting, siding, et cetera, on those buildings. The 2 buildings on the corner in the gray area are not part of this project, but are also owned by Greg and are kind of important how we kind of are trying to create more of a community here with some common amenity space. Next slide, please. So this shows the design. There's the 3 pinwheel kind of design buildings that are the 8 units. They're really the same, and we've talked a little bit about last time. We'll go into the elevations. how they kind of spin around to try to create identity, but also create some privacy for the tenants as they're in their spaces. And the orientation of the entrances is off of a common space, trying to create that community. I know this city staff had talked about it'd be nice if they could front Commercial Avenue. That would really only be possible with one building. And it really would put that entrance on Commercial Avenue because of the site kind of configuration of the triangle. And then it would kind of turn the back on the rest of it. We thought it was better to actually create a common space. And we've reinforced that with some other things. The small rectangle to the bottom of the site, kind of in the middle of this of the combined sites, is a community building that has shared bike parking. It has a bike repair, bike wash, a dog wash, and a small fitness center in it. And that's where we're trying to actually create some amenity for this whole neighborhood of buildings, or this complex. And connecting them with some sidewalks that start to make it easier for the tenants, even on the two corner properties, to use those facilities. The two existing houses you kind of see at the ends of the fire lane, kind of Y-turn, are where the two new garages go. The one to the top of the page will not be that large. It's the same size as the other one. That was still a reflection of the relocated garage. The architectural plans and civil and site plans in your packet have the correct representation. Next slide, please. This indicates the detailed landscape plan that you didn't see when we were back, when we talked to you back in February. If there are specific questions on it, I think Joe can speak to that. But we're trying to, I guess, reinforce kind of the edges of the building, create a little bit of, there were some comments about creating a little bit of future screening to East Washington to the east, which is up in this instance. So there's some trees that we've added along there. There's some 3 rain gardens in bioretention. We've tried to be a little more sensitive about how we're dealing with stormwater and managing it on the site. Part of the whole cutting back to 3 buildings instead of 4 buildings was to just kind of let the buildings breathe and have a little bit more usable space around them. Next slide, please. Similarly, you see the new 4-unit building that fronts the existing parking lot area, but also connects back to the kind of through the site to the east to the common amenity building. Next slide, please. The materials are the same that we presented to you before. There's a standing seam metal that's in a dark gray. There's a clapboard and batten siding is actually a fiber cement board. It will not be wood grain. Our sample with the color happens to have the wood grain on it. It's the smooth, but it's cement board. There's white trim, and then there's an accent siding. The one that you're seeing there is actually a Trespa. We're also looking at a similar graining. That's a long board, so it's a nice quality kind of siding that can kind of convey a, instead of being lap siding, it's a tongue and groove feel. And then the fiberglass shingle is on the garage, or on the 2 new garages. Next slide. So the elevations, this kind of shows you the pinwheel buildings, the 8-unit buildings on the top. 3 of the sides are the same, and then there's the entry elevation. You will see on the 3D drawings, there's some, there's actually, we have to, the fire department said that they'd like to see addresses as they enter the site. So there's an address located over the door, but on some of the buildings, there's actually a place where we try to organize an address that fronts and is easily visible by the street. And that was really an outgrowth of an early DAT meeting where the fire department expressed that concern. The low kind of shed building is the community building. It's where the post boxes are, are located. It's the fitness room is to the right side if you're looking at the elevation with the glazing. And then there's also bike parking. That's better explained in the floor plans that are in your packet. Next slide, please. This is the 4-unit building. Last time we spoke to you, I think Lois had some concerns about simplifying the windows a little bit. We did that on the main entry elevation. We calmed it down along the entry. We had some extra windows and cut back on some of the vertical standing seam sort of elements as well. You'll see that the through wall mechanical stuff is kind of organized. You see the penetrations for the ventilation, dryer vents, etc. The only other roof penetrations on all of the buildings will only be plumbing vents. There's nothing else that's sitting up on the roof. And then on the bottom are some rather standard kind of garages, and those are tied to, those are dedicated to the two single family residences on the north side of the Commercial Avenue site. Next slide. Kind of taking you around, this is standing at the corner of the Commercial Avenue site. So you're kind of at the tip of the triangle along Commercial Avenue, looking back into the site. So there you see on the right, one of those addresses that's kind of organized in a vertical orientation so that the fire department can see it, even though the front entrance is back on that common court. Next slide. Here you're kind of looking up, you're seeing one of the garages in the at the edge there. You're seeing the community space or community building to the left and kind of walking up towards the courtyard to the right. Next slide. This is the 4-unit building, kind of looking back towards the back of the community building. Next slide. And that's really it. I'd be happy to answer any questions. I was trying to simplify our presentation. There's a lot more information in your packet. There's the photometrics, existing images, all that other stuff. But in the interest of time, try to keep it relatively simple. We're looking for advisory or final advisory approval. And this is in front of you because it is a residential complex. Thanks.
Yep. Thanks, Paul. Welcome back, Jessica. I see Alder Lemmer is with us. Would you like to add any comments?
I don't have anything on this item. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right. Any questions from the commission members to either the applicants, Paul or Joe? Lois raised her hand. There you go. Yes, Lois.
I really appreciate the changes to particularly the window patterning. I think it's a really good project. The only comment I would have is the access from the parking lot to those 3 units. I understand, you're trying to unify, having everyone go to the same point to maybe meet. But I really feel like people are going to cut across to those other units on the right and the left. So just prepare, if there's another secondary route or something to accommodate somebody just kind of cutting through. I think it's probably going to get a well-worn path there. But that's my only comment. And so I would make a motion for approval.
Okay. Thank you. Shana, saw your hand raised.
Yeah, thanks. I just had a comment on the landscape plan. To me, it felt like a lot of the planting bed edges around the foundation of the buildings could be simplified. And this isn't anything that's going to hold up my approval of the project, but I would recommend that there's kind of this clean aesthetic with the architecture that's almost Scandinavian here, and having like more clean boxes of plantings grounding and supporting those buildings would be better than seemingly random kind of swooping bed edges. I think it would make a stronger project as a whole.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. Rafiq, is that a second?
No.
No. Okay, is there a second, and then we can discuss the motion? Would somebody second the motion? Jessica, second the motion? Okay, thank you. Rafiq, discussion on the motion.
I had some concerns about is it a community room or is it a mail room?
It's a community building, so there's a small fitness room. There's mailboxes out front. They're a pedestal mounted mailbox out front that happens to just be something that is also located there.
Can you tell me what
they won't put them in the building. And then there's a fitness built, and then there's the bike room that has the dog wash and the bike wash and the bike repair station in it.
So what led to that design in comparison to the design or the pinwheel type design of the?
What was that?
What led to that design of that structure versus the other ones?
Well, it's really a combination of looking at everything on the site. So there's a collage of buildings. So it's using some of the materials, keeping a commonality of materials, and then a spirited form that has a little bit more energy where that common space is. So the residential have a little bit more of a residential feel, and the community building has a little bit more contemporary feel to it. So, but there's common materials that are used on all of the buildings. And even the palette draws off of if you look at the corner buildings, the two corner buildings that are not part of the project have a similar board and batten and have been recently painted in the last 2 years to a similar palette. So there's some continuity as far as just the overall campus. But not everything trying to be exactly the same, but still symbiotic.
Are you seeing the image that you were looking for, Rafiq?
I mean, it's a very simple structure, so I think any image would kind of relay all of the detail on it. And that's probably the problem that I have with it. It's so simple, it's almost like shed-like. Like nothing about that draws me to community room, community center, community. It's similar to the garages in scale and design. I don't know. I don't know if much can be done at this point, but I don't know. I would think that it's not a big project, but I still think
I guess I would respectfully disagree. I don't see them as similar to the garages at all. And I think it's a simple, clean building that's just supposed to not necessarily draw your attention to it, but be something that's there for people to use. But I respect your opinion.
So where's like, in terms of the entrance, in terms of the signage, in terms of the access through to the main entrance or to where you enter, like outside of what I'm looking at is just the two mailboxes. I don't know if they flank the entry or.
There's two entrances to the bike room. One's down at the end where the outdoor bike parking, the guest bike parking is. And the other is up mid-site, mid-block where there's the single. That's by the post boxes. And then the fitness room is down up at the other end. So in the rhythm, the three windows are not doors, and where there's a single, it's the door. It's just supposed to be a simple, clean, not over-articulated piece.
I see Shane has a question, and Lois, Rafiq, do you have any other comments or questions before I turn it over to them?
No, sir.
I was just going to comment that I think the term community room or community building maybe is a misnomer. It's kind of utility with a pet washing or bike,
Yeah, it's
repair.
common. You're right. It's common amenity. It's not a community room, but it's a common amenity.
I'm wondering if that's what's kind of bothering you, Rafiq, because it isn't something that is going to draw attention. And maybe that's the
maybe that's what you were thinking.
Shane.
There we go. I was looking, I didn't actually see the landscape plan or schedule in the submittal. I don't know if anyone else did and I'm just mistaken, but I think either way, if Joe is on, if you could provide just a brief summary of the plants and the plant palette you're using.
Yeah, so I guess the idea with the planting, I noticed the simplicity in the building and the comment that it's almost Scandinavian as well. And I really tried to use blocks of plants to keep it kind of simple. The reason why I curved it and didn't go with straight lines is because I wanted to curve out to have some more key elements on some of the corners of the buildings, and it's just easier to handle mowing and maintenance when we can curve around a structure. So the idea behind the landscape plan then was to use simple blocks of plants to reflect the architecture with some larger elements on the edges. And then I tried to have some sort of evergreen element near every entry along with some color. So types of plants we've got, some of the ornamental plants are Japanese tree lilacs. There's some flowering crab apples. The shade trees, there's a mixture of maples and oaks. There's a few honey locust. A lot of the perennials are native. They're not all native, but there's a fair amount of native. A lot of the areas I tried to use some ground covers that'll fill in and not be a sea of bark or a sea of stone. So there's things like Pennsylvania sedges. There are some black-eyed Susans. There are some spirea in spots that I know are going to get loaded with snow, so they can handle that. There's a fair number of hydrangeas. I really try to get a lot of color in the plan. There, as far as how the color sequencing would go, I mean, you're going to have the lilacs flowering in the spring. You're going to have summer color with the spirea. You're going to get summer color with the black-eyed Susans and some of the other perennials. You're going to get spring color with the flowering crab apples. Once the hydrangeas start, they'll follow color all the way from June or early July into late frost. And then there'll be a lot of shade with the shade trees and a lot of fall color with those. We did add a lot of evergreens, especially along East Washington to help block with the, I think it's East Washington, let me zoom out here, in order to block some of the headlights. I know the street's quite a bit higher than the buildings there, but I think the concern was the headlights coming in even on the second story. So those trees will get up there and help block those lights. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. And I'll clarify my earlier comment. I think blocks of plants, I meant not only in massing of species, but also in just kind of the geometry of the bed lines. I think what would fit with the architecture more is maybe having longer straight beds. Maybe they bulge out for a key species at the corner or something, but I don't think you have to kind of swoop in and out. I think it fit with the architecture better to just be kind of a clean straight line.
It's a fair point, and I can't disagree with it. I was just explaining my rationale behind it.
Right on. And then I noticed it doesn't show up on here, so maybe there was a different plan. But with the 3 8 units in the middle there, I think there were a couple trees near the intersection, and that might be kind of like the safest place for a family or a tenant to feel like they can stretch their legs and use the space, where they're not maybe as exposed to traffic noise or on the periphery. So maybe if there are those trees in the middle, maybe they want to kind of frame the space more instead of occupying the space, and then it can be more of a usable space. Just something to consider.
Yeah. Those are swamp white oak, so I did have them more towards the center. But the thought was it would be a little more park-like, so they could have a spot to get underneath the trees as well. But I understand your point.
Thank you. I have one question. Might be staff can help, or might be Joe, you can answer. So this is when we end into this circle right here, the cul-de-sac. When we end here, next is East Washington. People used to still till today. People just go through the dirt path, go up into East Wash, and get the buses. With this apartment buildings here, I know you guys have a discussion with the DAT team, that team, about that path, and I think so. I also had some discussion with staff. I don't remember now, but did we decide either we want to have some sort of stairs or some sort of path so people can easily go up and down with East Wash?
If you're asking me, I haven't been a part of that discussion, so I can't address that.
Can Kevin or Janine, can one of you can address that? Does that ring a bell, what I'm saying?
I don't have any information on that at this point.
We are required to add the sidewalk. That's currently not existing, that is extending to the west.
Mm-hmm.
That sidewalk leads to the other sidewalks that lead to, it runs right along Commercial. So if you go right there, so that sidewalk is not there. So that sidewalk takes you and connects you to the other sidewalks. It gets you to the bike path, to the dog park, to the gardens. And also you have a path to the two different bus routes. There's a bus route that kind of turns onto Commercial about a block west of the kind of that green belt. And then you can also walk back up to it. But in the DAT meeting, it did come up about that. Traffic mentioned it. Metro mentioned it, and it was kind of like, well, what happens with that? And that's a city staff issue, I guess. What the city is going to do to address people walking up and down the hill on their property. So that's the extent of my knowledge.
All right, I appreciate that. I will check with the city.
Sure.
Okay. The motion was seconded for final approval. Trying to remember what conditions there may have been. I know, Shane, you had some comments regarding the landscaping. I don't know if they've been satisfied with your further discussion, or do you still have any additional conditions to add?
No, I think everything I've expressed, I still would strongly suggest and include as part of the motion.
Okay. All right. So in that case, I'm looking to see if there's any objection to unanimous consent. I don't see anybody raising their hands, so that gives you final approval. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
Yep. And that brings us now to number 18, 4088 Felon Road and 5855 Lupine Drive.
Looks like we have Jerry. Jerry, can you hear me?
I can hear you. And is Jim Hess there too? If you could unmute him too, maybe.
Yes. Jim should be unmuted in a second here. Jim, you might be getting a prompt to unmute yourself.
Hello?
Yep.
Yeah, we hear you.
Great.
A couple times. Sorry.
So maybe Janine, if you can go to the next sheet. So this site is actually part of Ambassador Condos. So if you look in the lower right corner there, there's two existing condominium buildings. One's the bigger 3-story kind of in the center of that site, and then there's a 2-story building that wraps around there. Ambassador Condos originally was part of a much, much larger residential project, and those kind of brown fields you see to the top of the sheet, that was all going to be future residential condominium development and residential development at that time. But back as far as I think 2008, when financial problems hit a lot of projects, that project didn't proceed. So the only portion that's going ahead is residential. The rest of it's being sold off as a whole separate parcel. And I think the city might even be looking more at a business type of use there. So we're developing the final 2 residential parcels there. One is a 33 unit, which is kind of down in the lower right corner, 3-story building, which blends in with their existing 3-story building. And as you go up around the curb, there's a 2-story 17-unit building that we're also doing as this part. We're asking for a general development plan for both of the buildings, which would be the 17 and the 33. But then we're asking just for the specific implementation or the approval on the design, actually, of the 2-story, the 17-unit building in that area. You see an array of photos on there, and those actually kind of show the existing Ambassador condominiums buildings in the area, which we're blending into to complete this block. Again, kind of use of cream colors, traditional slope roofs on the area, masonry bases. We'll be doing cement siding on our buildings, kind of wrapping it up, a base, a middle, and a top on the building itself. Off to the left, you see, I think that's fire station number 11. And there's some existing businesses off to the right. This is off in Nelson Road there. So what happened is a large condominium project became a very small one. And we've been working actually the last probably year and a half with the Condo Association to get the final agreements on the stormwater and also the street joint maintenance agreements and get everybody agree on the project. If you can move on, Janine, to the next sheet. Go one further. So those are the 2 buildings up in the upper left there. That's the 2-story building on Felon Road, 17 unit. You'll see the drive go underneath that building for underground parking in that location. And then down in the lower right corner, that would be the 3-story, 33-unit building, which is a future building. We're just asking for a general development plan on that. So the 3-unit building blends in with the existing kind of C-shaped 3-unit building there, which is the condominium building. And then our 2-story is kind of an extension of the existing 2-story buildings that wrap around the corner of Felon Road. Go to the next sheet. Just kind of the overall floor plan or site plan. Again, we come in under the building right off Loop Line Drive. You'll see when we get into the floor plans that the units facing on Felon Road, those all have individual actually steps and sidewalks coming out that connect to the street, bring us a connection to that area. And the ones on the back side or the bottom sheet, those have patios on those. Next sheet. They do have stoops because there's a grade change there. So you see steps and those areas are going out toward Lupine Drive itself. Next sheet. These are mainly like site details. That kind of shows the stormwater basin that we're going to clean up and take care of. You know, there will be garden plantings actually put in that area, you know, for that. Next sheet. Again, that's just kind of showing the overall layout and stormwater areas. Go to the next sheet. Again, these are details. We can probably go through these. Next sheet. One more. Landscape plan. So along the street itself, it's very similar to the last plan. And on that, there was a comment on some additional taller trees on there. Now we do have tall trees at the ends of the buildings, the corners along the sides. Along Felon Road, you know, that is our fire access site on the building itself. So they did keep those actually down. So those planting material there are actually kind of lower crabapple trees along through there. There are taller trees, street trees toward the ends of the building. And those are maples on the bottom side between ours and the other bigger building to kind of shade and break that up a little bit. And then some evergreens in the corners. Next sheet. This is the lower level, again, of the 17-unit building. Coming underneath, we have 28 underground stalls there, as well as 17 bicycle stalls in the basement. Elevator will take you up to the units above then. There'll be a hose bed area down there, sort of like for dog washing and bicycles, and take care of those things. Also, we'll keep our trash down in this area, so you'll see there's not a trash dumpster up on the first floor. So we'll store that down here and just gonna have them pick that up on trash day. Next sheet, please. This will be the first floor of the building. The orange kind of indicates the public or the corridor areas. Main entrance area is facing out onto Felon Road itself. And then you'll see that green room. So on the first floor, there's a community room right in the middle, which is across from the elevator lobby. That actually opens then out to a patio on that side of the building and back there also. The rest of them are 1 and 2 bedrooms, mainly 2-bedroom units. Everybody has their own patio. Next floor plan. This would be the upper level. Again, very similar. It's just kind of coming up through the building itself. These are just typical then stack apartments on these levels. Everybody does have patio. Next level. Next floor plan. So this is the exterior of the building. And we've used very much the palette that's already established by the neighborhood buildings with the condo association, worked with them to kind of blend in with that. So we've got a masonry base on the building, and then we've got a middle of the building, which is these are cement siding, and then we've got that lighter color vinyl toward the top. And we were using like a dark brown accent to kind of highlight the pop-out areas for the buildings and the units, and also kind of that main entrance area in the building itself. You'll see on the one of the comments, we did show another option on that one, and that could be something we could pursue on this one too. One thought was that middle bay or whatever, to maybe pull that up to be underneath the windowsills on the upper level, to kind of give it more of a stronger middle and to get the top of the building to be a little more, I'll say light, rather than being the same level as the middle of the building. So try and create more of a top in the building rather than 2 levels stacked on top of each other. But there's cement siding on there, dimensional shingles on the roof, masonry brick, which blends in with the existing buildings nearby. Next sheet, please. Go ahead, that's just the black and white. So this is the building actually, I mean, it's 2-story building, kind of showing that front elevation of Felon Road or whatever, more of a 3-dimensional. You'll see the individual entrances into all the units, as well as you've highlighted then the main entrance into the lobby area for the upper level apartments on there. Again, everybody's got their own patio. We brought then little, I'll say arbors or trellises over the top of the patios to kind of break up that scale a little bit. Next sheet, please. So this is actually just a conceptual sketch on the 33 unit building. We're not asking for approval on this one right now. This is just a general development plan approval, but it's just showing how that'll blend in with the other 3-story building and the other building that we've got doing also. One of the comments was on this one, if we had maybe a few too many materials, if we could calm that down a little bit. And I think on the next sheet, there should be one more sheet where we take a look at that. No. You had that one, Janine? Maybe not. So I think we did send that in. There you go. So in this one, we looked at taking away that additional kind of brown or accent material, and then to blend in with more of the cream colors, which are similar to what's on the other buildings. You'll see this one has a kind of a nice, stronger middle in the building that is brought up to underneath the windowsills on the top there to create then the top on the building itself. Again, the masonry down on the base itself. So this one took one less color out of the building and kind of cleaned it up a little bit, which I think was one of the original comments when we were originally in for approve on the building. So I think that responds to most of the comments. Stormwater is, again, we're going into planning commission with your initial approval here, initial and final approval here, to get approval on that. Working through the stormwater with the city engineers on that. We did get the joint agreement for the maintenance with the condo association to take care of the stormwater area, and that's all size for city requirements on that. And I think that was it. So if you have any questions, we're here to answer it. And Jim Hess here is also, so he's the developer of the project. So thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. Janine, I seem to recall there was a concern in the staff report regarding the reapplication and the comments that were not addressed. Am I thinking of the right agenda item? I don't have all the paperwork in front of me.
If you can wait one moment, I can pull that document up. But thanks for your patience. Planning staff does not believe that the applicant has addressed the items raised during the 7th, 2018 informational presentation. And those comments include that had to do with materials, and I think that we just saw the image that showed the reduction of materials, and the commission can decide whether or not they feel that has been met. And there were additional comments about the retention area is going to be draining from a wide area. You should really make sure you contract with somebody who's capable of making this an asset on the property. So it was, how is that being treated? And then I think those were the key items. And I'm going to let Kevin chime in if there are additional items you wanted to see.
Can't hear you, Kevin.
Sorry about that. The items that were from the report were both in your last report and in the Janine staff report, so nothing additional except for those.
But I get the question is, are those comments from staff applicable to the application in front of us tonight, or are they from way back in 2018?
Those were the comments when the similar proposal was back before you. So that's those that are listed are UDC's comments.
Right. But I thought I saw where it said staff does not believe these were addressed.
That was, I mean, that was staff's opinion based on what had changed. We didn't feel when we reviewed it that there had been a significant change, except for the commission. If you guys believe that,
right?
But those are, yes, that was our recounting of where this project was when it was before you a couple of years ago.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? I see Christian.
Yeah, Janine, could we go to the landscape plan of the Felon Drive building? There. Okay, I just wanted to comment that, you know, these plantings just seem way too sparse. You know, it's a fairly attractive building, and it's, you know, the foundation plantings in particular, and it's almost impossible to even see what these are. It's just too faint and stuff. But I remember looking at it originally in the packets that were sent to us, and you know, for instance, on the west side of the building, there's a bed that wraps around there, and basically the only plants that are listed on there are like 3 hostas, and I'm just kind of shaking my head at a whole planting bed on one side of the building having 3 hostas. You should just really bulk up these numbers and varieties around here if you want you know, some landscaping that's gonna, you know, reflect nicely off the building. In some of these other places, you know, I see 3 of something, you should have 5 of them. I see other places where you have 2, you know, 2 of any plant hardly ever looks good. You know, you should be doing odd numbers here. So, you know, some of these groups of 2 of something should be 3. Some of these 3 should be 5. I mean, granted, these smaller numbers might eventually fill out, but you know, why do you want to wait? You're talking about a very small amount of extra money to make this thing look better right from the get-go. So I would say that, you know, this landscaping, you know, if not more varieties, then certainly the individual numbers of the plants needs to be bumped up substantially if this is going to look halfway decent.
Can I address that?
Yes.
I'm not opposed to that at all. My only comment is on the west side, there's a retaining wall there that might block some of the sunlight. And I think that's why there's some pretty, like the hostas. And I don't even know if the hydrangeas are going to would make it on that corner. That's going to be up to like 6 feet, maybe 7 feet retaining wall. I mean, I'm all for more planting, but I just don't want to do it in vain. You see where I'm talking about the wall there?
I do.
You have an opinion on that?
Well, I wasn't necessarily talking about just that part of the building, though. Certainly if there's shade issues, there's plenty of plants that will grow fine in the shade. But even on the other sides of the buildings that are, going to be more visible, the numbers just seem really overly modest. And like I say, you're talking a really minimal amount of money to make this look a lot better.
Yeah, it's all 2s and 3s. We could go to 5s. That's not a problem.
That mainly the foundation planning. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions or comments? I think there was also a comment about earlier on, and I don't remember how many of us were on the commission a year and a half ago, but most of us, I think, I guess to make a better use of the stormwater retention area as a feature. And I
think right now
it's actually is that going to be part of our approval in this lower right hand corner as well? I know the building isn't.
That bottle retention plant basin there will be planted. If you look on Snyder's, it has to be planted, I think, per code of the city. One plant like cattails or grasses or whatever, but we'd be willing to put, more in there, provided engineering okays that. Sometimes they don't like plantings in those or larger plants in those basins.
But there's no planting plan for us to review of it right now.
It says on the notes, I guess, for Snyder. If you look on the page 7 for me, it's if you go up to the engineering Snyder Associates, it's page C4. It's got all the details about planting that basin on the bottom right hand corner. There needs to be at least one plant per square foot.
And I think under Herman's landscape plan, they've got bioinfiltration area plants called out also on that landscape. So that will be.
Right. That's true too.
And I think part of the problem is, nobody's been taking care of this because this land has been kind of owned by the bank or whatever. But
that's right.
Part of what we're doing here is, and we can get in there and get the maintenance agreement with the condo association. So that can be taken care of and get the landscaping in there and turn it into something that's more of an asset.
Yeah, we've been working very closely with planning and zoning and engineering for the last year and a half to come up with a stormwater management agreement and a joint driveway agreement and pedestrian agreement, because there was no easements at all out there. So we all had to come to some type of agreement, the city and us and Ambassador, which we have done so far. It hasn't gone through planning yet, but everyone is like Tim Parks and Kevin and, well, not Kevin, but Matt Tucker and Jeff Kwame have all approved it. And I've had it
All
on.
right. Well, I didn't need the whole history of the pond.
Okay.
I was just curious.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners? How about a motion then? Somebody raise their hand. Can you hear me? Is this thing working?
I can
There
hear
we
you.
go. There we go. Now I got your attention. Christian.
I just, if I'm following the guidelines correctly here, are we looking to possibly give initial or final approval to the Felland Avenue building, and we are only giving a GDP approval for the Lupine Avenue bioretention area part of it? Those are two separate issues.
Let's see here. I'm gonna defer. Yeah, good question. I know for sure they want final on the one building. Let me see if our action includes any kind of approval.
I believe that's correct. It's the GDP for the whole thing and the SIP for the 17 unit.
Okay.
That's correct.
Kevin?
Sorry, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let's see, Craig.
So I'd make it a motion for what we just said, approval of the GDP and final approval for the 17 unit.
Okay. And would that include some of the landscape suggestions as well?
Yeah, with the landscape comments that Chris had.
Okay. Jessica.
I'll second that. And I wanted to add the comment about landscaping. That was it.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, I don't see any other hands raised. So I see Rafiq's hand raised. Go ahead, Rafiq.
No. That was not
okay. I saw a hand. Okay. So if I don't see any other hands or objections, then we will approve this SIP GEP through unanimous consent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that was item number 18. And now we're on to item number 19 of 23. And this would be 36 West Town Mall.
So Samir and Matt are both unmuted. Can you guys hear us?
Yes.
Okay. And Ken.
All right. Thanks, guys. Thanks for setting this up virtual. Appreciate your patience and time. I represent Shive Hattery, architects and engineers. I'm here to talk about the building part of the project. We presented this in February and got a couple of feedback comments after the initial approval, and then went through the planning process where those comments were addressed. And here we are seeking final approval, presenting those comments being picked up and those changes being shared with you guys. So essentially the building is 83,000 square feet, single story, about 28 feet tall, retail outlet, having a single focal entry point with quite a lot of architectural features to guide people into that spot. The main concern presented was about the landscape around the building and window openings or glazing for the building itself. So the landscape let's talk about the landscape. We were asked to make it more playful, and we had presented more of a symmetrical landscape plan. If you can zoom in into this front of the building, we started to show more asymmetry and added bike racks, one by the entry. Right there, you see a bike rack by the main entry, and then one down on the south by the employee entry. So we addressed that. And then when it comes to windows, we also added another set of windows on the south. If we go to the elevation, let me know if I'm going too fast. If you can go down to the third elevation on the drawing, we've added another window on the south. And for the corner windows on the northwest and the southwest side, we've staggered the building plane so it adds more interest, and added some sconce lighting around the windows to give it a more residential, sort of a park-like feel to the facade. And then I think the other two comments were site-based comments. Do we have any 3D views of the building? Scroll back, scroll more, maybe further down. We had, we presented two additional views, one straight looking at the entry and one by the southwest corner. I think we just missed. Yep, that one. So you can see how the building plane has shifted, and we've staggered it a little bit to add more interest. These were some of the changes we made. We would like to see if anybody has questions or concerns before we talk about some site elements that were commented in the earlier meeting.
Okay, thank you. Not seeing any raised hands. I can start. I think I was maybe one of the folks who was advocating for more windows. As you know, we get away from the Fortress Mall building type, and we see shopping centers and malls opening up more toward the outside. Even in traditional downtown areas, if there's not windows into the store, there's display cases with glazing and so forth. And I guess I was hoping we could see more just activity along the elevations versus just maybe conifers. But that was my comment and concern. I guess we, and I see you added a couple of more windows. Are there any other questions or comments from the commission? Okay, Alder Abbas.
Thanks. I will share the similar feeling about natural daylight, adding that into the part of their design, and which means having windows which open that area and make it more welcoming rather than having a box type of feeling. That will be also beneficial for energy saving as well if they have natural sunlight. So I will also actually like to see a better design which reflects more daylight, natural daylight coming into the building.
Yeah.
Appreciate your comments. I think from a standpoint of practical issues with regards to the operational operation of a retail store, we have fitting rooms that are skirting along the exterior wall. So it would be really difficult to have any meaningful daylight come through all the way into the sales floor. Also, in some instances, direct daylight into the sales floor is not recommended, especially with the type of merchandise that's in there. Again, we are also trying to maintain some brand identity. We all know different stores. Apple has a certain brand identity for their stores. Best Buy has, and similarly, Walmart stores have a certain brand identity we would like to maintain, and hence we wanted to keep it as practical as possible.
Does that preclude display windows facing the outside?
In a scenario of this kind, the main traffic of customers will be drawn into the main entry. This more appeals to, a display on the exterior would appeal to a retail sort of a strip mall situation. So this design doesn't really fit that condition. So this is more intrinsic, or in other words, it's more inward looking than outward looking when it comes to displaying of merchandise. So I would.
Yeah, but I guess that's the rub with urban design, I guess. Jessica.
Yeah, I think I had put in a bid for more playful landscape, and I kind of wanted to talk about that a little bit more. I appreciate how handsome this building is, and I hope it brings rejuvenated movement around the mall. So I think it's a great opportunity to try something new and to try and turn it around and make the mall much more popular again. And I guess if you need to look inward and you can't have those outward looking windows, then you're left with the landscaping. And I question if you could bring the entrance. It looks like you have this great entrance, but then it spills its guts almost onto a parking lot. If you could maybe consider any kind of different pavement right in front of that entrance, even though cars drive over it, but to give it a more of a sense of entry and a sense of being somewhere, to make it special to go here, because I think the message is to try and get people to come to the malls more than they are now. So the entry is a pretty important thing. And could you take out those front parking lots? I realize they're handicapped, but could a tree go there? Could you be like the first department store that put big trees right in front of its entry in the parking lot, because you're trying to redefine the mall experience? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And I think we have highlighted the entry with a pretty big, curved overhanging feature with big lanterns on both sides and clocks. And so that's been our standard sort of brand identity from an entry standpoint. And when it comes to paving, I think we do use special type of paving right in front of the main entry doors where you see those bollards.
Yep.
So.
Okay.
All right.
That's it.
Thank you. Craig.
Yeah, I kind of echo what you said and a little bit, Jessica. I guess I'm just struggling with that elevation, which I understand your branding, you're doing the entry, but for such a long elevation, just doesn't seem much visual interest there. And the horizontal striping, I think actually, well, I understand it's your branding. It just doesn't seem to add much interest to that elevation at all. So that's where I'm struggling. If you can't do windows, adding some other design element or something in there to break it up, or add some interest along that long elevation.
Thank you. Okay, Rafiq.
I actually don't have a problem with this. It's not what I would do. I understand the window comment, and under normal circumstances, I would agree. But if this is their brand and it's not an unattractive project. I mean, everybody would like more windows in every project, but I don't know that. I don't know if that's what I would get hung up on. Because of the footprint. I remember when it came back, it showed like the thing adjacent to the wall were corridors, and I don't know if it's worth trying to redesign all of that just to make some glazing additions to the facade. When I don't think most stores have that in a big mall like this. I think it's unfortunate, but that's what you get. You get big boxes, and I think this is a pretty good attempt to make a big box look better. So yeah, I don't know. I do agree with Jessica about the approach. Maybe it's a crosswalk where there's striping, where the handicap travel or something. But I could see something being added to the parking lot if it's a raised crosswalk or something, just to give it a little bit more. I don't know, but I think it's sophisticated in its simplicity. Like, I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Lois and then Alder Abbas.
With Rafiq, I think if this building were cited differently, I would probably feel more strongly about the window issue. I do feel it's a missed opportunity for the retailer. I know this is their brand, but it really doesn't speak to what is behind that wall. So anyone who's not familiar with this brand is going to walk in not knowing what to expect. And I think that's a missed opportunity. But at the same time, I again agree with Rafiq. It's a handsome building that is out in, for good or bad, out in West Town Mall. So it is mostly for vehicular traffic and not pedestrian.
Okay. Other Abbas?
Yeah, I understand other commissioner comments, and because I was just, while you guys were discussing, I was looking into different same brand of mall in different cities. And what they did, mostly they all look like same. That's part of their brand, how they design. But there are some landscaping, like in, what is that location? Coronville, Iowa. And that's one. They have bike path in front. They have some lights, and they have some landscaping in the front. I mean, I understand if the windows are not option, try to make it a little more vibrant and try to put a little more green color and greenery around it, rather than having a lot of like just looking at a surface parking once you get out. So I will suggest looking into other same type of design in other cities where they add some sort of exceptions to some landscaping in the front. So I will suggest look into that.
Thank you.
Sure. We will.
Tom.
Thinking of the project out at Grandview Commons, the grocery store, which was a very big facade, more broken up than this. But down the center of the parking lot, they did a landscaped walkway that led to their main front door. And that gave great interest. It built on the entrance procession, if you will, and sort of highlighted. I'm looking at that parking lot. Boy, if there was green there or something, some hardscape and some greenscape that led up to that door, I don't know if they can sacrifice the parking, but it's just a thought. That would be a way to break that big, to go from that elegant entrance to blam asphalt. That something like that would be one possible kind of solution.
I think the city ordinance allows us to, or requires us to have trees in all those traffic islands. So once we get onto the site plan, you will notice that there's a lot more, landscape patches in the parking lot as well. So, and then maybe that leads us to some of the site issues that we addressed as well. Go up to the site.
Yeah, if you go to L101 and L100, I believe, are the ones that identify. L101 and L102 kind of speak. This is a good example. These are, this area to the north here of the building addresses the comments that came up during UDC, and then we worked with the staff to address the condition regarding the two central features community spaces that were kind of requested to that northern area. So right throughout there, we came up with a couple options and worked back and forth with staff very quickly within, I think it was like 3 or 4 days after the UDC meeting to prepare for Plan Commission so that that could be addressed. And that was, those areas were implemented there. Also, another condition, whether another request was put in that we provide a sidewalk that connects to J.C. Penney. So you can see that we added that in at the same time, and that was approved at Plan Commission. And that kind of ties that whole area together from the bus stop, the sidewalk that we added, east-west, and then ties into the community spaces, the two community spaces there, and then over to J.C. Penney. The second request condition that came from UDC was to explore additional landscaping to screen the loading dock, and that was beefed up considerably there. You can see right in that same area that runs along that truck dock there. So we addressed those areas. There's been a significant amount of landscaping put throughout this parking lot, so it doesn't show up, I guess, on that front image that everybody was kind of looking at. But compared to everything out there, there's a lot of islands. There's more islands out there than actually the minimum required, because we had to account for additional trees and spaces to landscape. So it has been beefed up, and I think it is going to break up that parking lot quite a bit.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Somebody want to put a motion forth so we can demonstrate that we took action on this application? No? Okay, Rafiq.
I'll move for final approval.
Okay, do I see a second on that motion? Lois, just nod your head. Okay, thank you. All right, so we have a motion for final approval. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, I see no discussion. And here's Alder Abbas.
Yeah, one quick question. So the comments we mentioned about sustainability, bringing some look at the architecture, a little bit green through the parking lot. So that won't not be included. This is just, we are approving as it is, correct?
That is the motion, and that's before us right now. We can amend the motion through further discussion.
I strongly believe there is still margin of creativity. That's how I believe. Kevin, I saw Kevin raise a hand. Might be the city staff have some input.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Sure. Let me turn my camera back on. As far as the role of UDC in this one, it is more limited because this was already approved by the Plan Commission. The UDC is limited to those 4 conditions that are outlined in the staff report. that had to do with adding the 2 central features, the revising the landscaping for the loading dock, landscaping around the site and parking lot, the more playful comment, and then looking to adding more windows to the building. But that was the scope of basically what the UDC has right now before them. So it's more limited in terms of the commission's role at this point.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? Oh, yeah, and I guess Janine's pulled those up for those of you who would like to read it. Okay, so I don't see any further discussion. So you know the drill. If there's no further discussion or opposition, the motion is approved through unanimous consent, and the project. Oh, wait a minute, Alder Abbas, I'm sorry.
No, I want to object unanimous approval.
Okay. All right, we'll go to then we will go to roll call then.
Commissioner Clare.
I approve.
Commissioner Weisensell.
Approve.
Commissioner Brown Otto.
Approve.
Commissioner Assad.
Approve.
Commissioner Deschamps.
Approve.
Commissioner Harper.
Approve.
Commissioner Bruneau.
Approve.
Commissioner Abbas. I think he had already voted that he was against it.
Okay. Thank you. So the motion passes. So that is final approval on item number 19. And now we're on the next item of the public hearing, which is item number 20. And that is 8137 Mayo Drive. We're getting there.
Okay, looks like we have Rick, Katie, David, Justin, Suzanne, and I think that's it for right now.
Chair, staff would like to jump in real quick before they start their presentation.
Yes, I know, because I could have sworn we gave these folks their final approval before, and here they are.
Correct. So this project was referred back to the Urban Design Commission from Plan Commission. And they had 2 points, I believe it was 2, that they had concerns about that they wanted the commission to respond to. And I can pull that up in the staff report if that would be helpful.
Yep, that way we could get super laser focused.
All right, bear with me. I'm going to pull that up real quick here.
They didn't trust our judgment.
All right. And Kevin, feel free to jump in as well. During their April 13th consideration of this project, the Plan Commission referred this item to its May 11th meeting requesting certain modifications. These modifications were further requested to be reviewed by the Urban Design Commission prior returning to the Plan Commission. The Plan Commission's action specifically stated, in recommending referral of the project, the Plan Commission recommended that this project be reviewed by the UDC to allow the applicant and Urban Design Commission to address the project design concerned. Plan Commission mentioned the lack of commercial development along Waldorf Boulevard, as well as the need to revise the western elevation of Building B to address the blank area of the facade and make it more pedestrian friendly as particular concerns. So moving back to the presentation so the applicant can answer those questions or those comments.
I believe we have addressed the concerns as noted by the Planning Commission. We've added 4,000 square feet of retail mid-block at Waldorf. We've also added a bike cafe at the corner of Waldorf and Midtown with the purpose of activating that corner with a use that will work well there. And we've done a great deal more articulation to the west facade of Building B. More glazing, lowering the planter quite a bit. And what I would like to do is simply have Katie Hughes, the project designer, walk through, and she can do that in a side-by-side presentation, and we can show you the revised perspective images if you want. We also have Justin here, Suzanne here, both from Veerbecker for civil and landscape architecture. And if needed, Alex with JCAP is available for questions also. I'm going to turn it over to Katie now so she can very quickly walk through this. I know we need to be focused.
Yeah, so Janita, if you wouldn't mind going back to the beginning of the presentation here. So what we're looking at is some of the changes that we made. We were focusing primarily just on Building B. We didn't touch A or C, but looking at that Waldorf elevation and how we resolved some of those blank wall conditions that were a concern for the staff and the Planning Commission, as well as incorporating retail space now. So looking at this lowest level in Building B, you can see that we expanded the excavation area of this level to include a more generous bike area. Right now we're calling this a bike cafe. This is in the darker orange on the left side of that image. So we've also incorporated an additional entry into this area directly off of Waldorf. It has nice proximity to the bus stop as well. So we're signifying this with a canopy, and we're intending that this bike cafe could potentially be open to the public as a nice amenity that could be showcased for the community and tie in with the mass transit stop that's directly right there. If you wouldn't mind moving on to the next slide. You can see on the right-hand side, the orange is showing 4,000 square feet of retail. We also have associated parking as well as a wraparound patio and that staircase that comes down and ties to the sidewalk there just due to all the grade change that we have. If you wouldn't mind moving along to the next slide. So this is showing some of the most significant revisions that we've done. You can see where the retail is on the left-hand side of that lower image, expanded amounts of glass. Also in the form liner mid-building on the lower two levels, you can see that we've incorporated two-story glass gestures where we did have those green wall volumes. And so these are daylighting into circulation spaces on the upper level, as well as the bike areas behind. And then to the right of that, you can kind of see where we have that new entrance with the door and associated canopy. We did have a taller raised planter here. We've lowered that to be around 2 feet plus or minus, depending on where the grade is. So it kind of works a bit better for pedestrian scale and enhancing that landscape experience. If you wouldn't mind moving on to the next slide. And then this one, just on the right-hand side of that lower image, you can see again, we have expanded the glass for increased visibility and activation for that retail space on that corner. We could keep moving through. This is just that corner rendering. So you'll see that two-story glass, the sidewalk up off of Waldorf into that bike area where that bus stop is. And really just that we're keeping with the design aesthetic that we had previously, with the exception of trying to add more visibility and activation along that street. We continue through. Again, that retail corner has a nice prominence on that through drive as where it meets Waldorf. Some enhanced landscaping towards that corner for that pedestrian experience, and that same wraparound patio, but having adjacent parking for that retail space as well. If we could continue on. This is just kind of recapping what we were showing for our material board and really how we're working through this. If we keep going, I just had some additional images just to kind of recap where we were at aesthetically with the rest of the buildings. So building A didn't change. We keep moving through. Building B has the added glass, that different elevation change on those lower two levels. And if we keep going on to C, there's a minor change that we have that was from feedback from the last UDC meeting, which was to incorporate some of the mesh landscaping on that elevated parking that we have to the left of the lower left image. So just responding to some of the comments that we did receive at the last meeting, but that is all that we have to share with you today.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Any reactions to the proposed changes? I have a question. Then it was building B, right, where you were making the changes, where you were showing it looked like a lot more glass, even up on the upper level. Is that also, let me see if maybe Janine can get to that. Yeah, right there, that lower image. Is that a 2-story high retail space at the bottom there?
It's not. It's about, I want to say 14 feet off the top of my head. So we are showing units that would be in that upper level that would just have increased glass in that unit. It would be 2 units that would have those.
Oh, so, all right. Oh, so above that bronze-ish horizontal line, that's units above there?
Yeah, that's a very glassy unit that we have above that spandrel piece.
Okay. I hope they're early risers. All right.
If they aren't, they will be.
It's on the west side. It'll be good.
Okay. Okay, Rafiq.
So what's directly above that unit to where that blank space is?
So those are also units. So units stack above that retail space.
They're obviously not mirrored or identical plans.
They would be the same plan. They would just have a bit less glass in those units on the upper 2 floors. So they would be similar to what we were previously suggesting. We're just expanding some of that glass into those units on the second level from this perspective.
So even if you from level 2 to level 3, there's a difference in the glazing. Mm-hmm. Would it not make sense to add a similar glazing to level 3 that's on level 3, just in that space? Like, since you added more to level 2, so that there's not a blank square. Like, wouldn't you fill that in with the similar type windows that's on those levels there?
I think it becomes an issue of the building's vocabulary and scale of that 4-story portion of the building there. That blank wall is likely only, I'm going to guess, 20 feet long, would you say, Katie? And it's
probably less.
Yeah, it's probably less. And it's on a facade that we feel is fairly well articulated at the moment.
I think the blank space above the stretched floor-to-ceiling glazing makes it look even more odd, like, because it's not broken up. I don't know, when everything else is, there's something above every other piece. I don't know.
Sure. I think we could also take a look at maybe adding a punched opening that is towards the right side of the extent of where that glazing is, just to try and cap it off so that it doesn't have this L shape.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, something needs to go there.
Yeah.
At that level.
Yeah, we could definitely do something like that.
More glass is good.
The west?
Yeah, they'll have their shades down often.
One other question where you removed the green wall. You said there was circulation space behind there. So would that be like maybe a translucent glass there?
So what we have behind that on the upper level is actually our ramp in the garage, but we do have a pedestrian ramp that's behind there. So we were anticipating that it would be vision glass, just to shed some daylighting into the garage on that level, and just to have larger glass gestures to feel like we're activating that street a bit more with visibility and upgraded materials.
The lower level would be in the bike cafe portion, the bike cafe and the storage.
Correct.
Yeah, and just so long as you're, not looking up at ugly lights, in a parking ramp that are kind of dingy.
Yeah, agreed. And we'd want to make sure that we have the same light temperature that's on the inside as the outside, so that it doesn't have any significant difference from the exterior.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments? They're back here seeking our blessing, even though we didn't ask them to. Tom. Hold on, Tom. There we go.
Okay. No, I was just going to say I would move for final then, or whatever, since we're in advisory, what's the appropriate motion? Final? I think so.
I think we would want the plan commission might want to know that you feel that we have addressed their concerns.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
That's my feeling. That's why I'm moving.
Let's see, I see Shane. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to second the motion with inclusion of Rafiq's comment about the punched opening terminating that blank square space above the glazing.
Yeah, and I think just be cognizant of the units, what they're going to have to endure. But so we're looking at a finding then that they address the concerns of additional retail and activation of the blank wall that was of concern to the Plan Commission. Okay. Any other requests or comments from staff before we turn this discussion into a firm resolution? No? Okay. Well, I don't see any hands raised, so I guess that that goes ahead and makes it official, and we wish to see you again, maybe on another project, but wish you luck on this one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So that is our final of the public hearing, old business. Now we have one item for new business, and that's 6114 Driscoll Drive.
Okay, it looks like we have Brian Munson and Chris Ellers. Both should be unmuted. Can you guys hear us?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Anytime you're ready, Brian.
All right. Well, thanks for having us tonight. Really appreciate you guys going through all the efforts with the digital format and helping move projects along in this manner. Been an interesting ride as we all adapt to different technologies. Tonight, here to talk about an amendment that seems fairly straightforward, but at the same time is a lengthy process. This site has gone through a lot of conversations since it was originally platted as the East Lawn property and now Grandview Commons Northeast. It was originally designed for 4 units. We amended the traditional residential planned master plan, and that's what Janine has up on the board here. And that is the adopted plan for a configuration that oriented the buildings east-west onto shared sidewalks that would span the block. This was a reflection of some conversations with staff about wanting to have some ways to increase openings out to Milwaukee Street, but still have a mix of different unit types. This project is an affordable housing project without any subsidy, being undertaken for sale product. And that's really what leads us here tonight. The reason we have to get a conditional use permit is this has to be platted as a condominium plat due to the street frontage requirements of the subdivision ordinance. And our goal was to offer for sale product within each of these buildings. So these will be paired single family units in a twin home format. So in implementing the adopted master plan led us down the road for a conditional use permit, which leads to the planned residential development request, because this is all going to be on one lot with multiple owners. Really wanted to focus in on the conversations we've had over the last week with staff, and that relates to the context along Milwaukee Street and Driscoll Drive. If you could jump to the next picture, next slide, please. These are the existing twin homes that are facing North Star. So this is immediately adjacent to the site. So this is kind of the context of the neighborhood around us. You see a blend of residential forms, single family and twin homes, kind of with a framework and common elements of design, but with some variation in materials. If you could go to the next slide. And here again is looking straight on. And this is really the kind of the configuration. Instead of a street in front of it, you would have the sidewalk. So you'll have a similar setback from the sidewalk to the buildings. And then that sidewalk extending north-south through the block. If you could jump to the next slide, please. So this was the packet that was submitted. We'll call this before. You can see how the front facades have the 2 sidewalks leading to a shared porch and 2 split entryways on the first floor. They're 2-story units divided by a party wall. And staff raised a question about the facades facing Milwaukee and Driscoll. So we've been working closely with them over the last week to revise those concepts. If you could go to the next slide, please. So here you can see some of the sketching again, showing 2 of the farmhouse and the prairie elevations from a front view. You can see the window spacing, the materials choices as they begin to wrap the building. And then if you go to the next slide, you can see here a little bit closer detail of the craftsman style. We're working currently on the modern concepts and working with staff to try to get that revised. But as this was raised last week, we've been working to try to get those revisions done as quickly as possible. But we're here tonight to share 3 of the 4. If you go to the next slide. So again, this is kind of the before. And so when we heard from staff about the desire to increase the street presence on both Driscoll and Milwaukee, we went back. Roger Guest at Veridian updated some of their standard plans, which is the after slide, which is the next one. If you could go to the next slide. Here you can see some treatments that begin then to incorporate additional windows, additional materials. So the stone band would wrap around from the front of the facade around all the way to the side here. You can see we've added additional windows into the second floor and the garage. On the first floor of the unit, we have spun the kitchen. So the kitchen window, instead of facing out towards the courtyard, would face out towards the street. So we've redesigned the kitchen layout for that. And then extended 2 upper windows that were alongside the fireplace to full windows going down the facade. And you can see 2 expressions here and ways that we intend to incorporate siding and material changes and some just differentiation along the facade itself as well from the siding standpoint. So again, these are going to be for sale product. So some of the color palette will be selected by the buyers. Each of these are going to be built in phases. You can see here we also have some floor plans that note where we've made those changes. These are very efficient units, so as we move windows around, it's not just a function of moving a window on a facade. We're also looking at how the function of the interior room and space works. So Roger spent a lot of time looking at ways to incorporate these windows and make the changes that were requested. But as I said, these will be for sale product. So there'll be some color selections by the purchasers. There's a kind of a palette and there's existing conditions around us. So this will really fit into the context of the adjoining neighborhood. And that I will have comparable color choices available to those buyers. We are installing landscaping as we've shown a landscape plan. We have a 30-foot setback along Milwaukee Street, which is an engineering requirement, but we're able to landscape within that. And then we have landscaping all around the building, as you can see here. What we're here for tonight is a request for a revisory final approval so that we can continue to work with staff to refine those elevations. We appreciate the feedback we've gotten so far on those, and we're updating those and continue to work with them as we move towards implementation of this. This, again, being an affordable product, it's a balancing act between the architecture and the cost, but we are excited to bring it forward, and it's something that really fits a critical need right now in the market. And so we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thanks, Brian. What questions might you have, Lois? Where's Lois? I gotta, can't unmute you until I can find, there you go.
Yeah, all right. Can you go back to those hand sketches that you just had up? There you go. So I appreciate the base material and the extended windows next to what may be a future fireplace. I think though you could simplify the windows by maybe elongating the window above the sink. So it's keep the sill height where it is, of course, because it has to be above the counter. But because the kitchen has a pantry and an island, I don't think you need as many wall cabinets. I think you could make that window wider over the sink and then keep the sill next to the future fireplace similar and make those wider as well. I think you can afford to make a slightly wider window with a higher sill to maintain some privacy into those rooms from Milwaukee Street. And then lastly, because it's probably, if it's a future fireplace, there's going to be a vent hanging off of that piece that's sticking out. Maybe bring the stone element up that small vertical so it kind of looks more like a fireplace hearth.
Okay, thank you. Not seeing any other hands. I agree with Lois. Kind of what struck me is it looked like, maybe we're getting almost every window shape that the Marvin guy had, but you could almost say, like the little square ones, if you just limited it to either a size or a proportion that you could use more consistently throughout. For example, like I said, the little square one above the kitchen sink, maybe that could be two of them in the bedroom up above and punch one in the mudroom in the extension, just to because you're going to be changing. You're going to go from the duplex farmhouse to the modern to the Craftsman, and it might simplify things a little bit to not have so much window variety. But where they are in the floor plan, it seemed to make sense to add windows there. Christian.
Yeah, just a very small item on your plant list there. I saw that you had a Cabernet barberry. That barberries are not a restricted plant in Wisconsin, but they are in some parts of the country, most of New England, and I think currently in Michigan. And the reason is that the fruit of them gets eaten by birds and carried into natural areas where it rapidly becomes invasive. So, as I said, it's not restricted. It's widely available at nurseries. But when these projects come before us that have that on their plant palette, we're respectfully asking you to swap that out with some other purple leaf plant, of which there are many varieties, dwarf nine barks, or even some purple leaf sedums if you're in a sunny area. But anyway, there's plenty of alternatives that do not pose the problems that barberries do.
Yeah, we'll happily change those.
Thank you. Alder Lemmer, this is the one you've been waiting to talk about, right?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to share that I'm supportive of these recent iterations in the designs. And, at the same time, I do think the feedback that we've heard so far makes a lot of sense. I think these the new designs have a very attractive look, and they also really closely match the neighboring homes. I also really like that this design was achieved while keeping the costs at a reasonable level. Having affordable homes, affordable twin homes is going to be a great option in this neighborhood. And it's really exactly the kind of missing middle type of housing that we need in this area and we need more of in the city overall. I think it's great because we also have a lot of apartments in this area, and this will allow folks who want to buy their first home to be able to stay in the neighborhood. And it's a great area to live. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Okay, anyone else? Pretty straightforward proposal here. Janine, are we making an advisory recommendation, or are we actually approving?
Since this is a residential building complex, it is an advisory recommendation.
To the Plan Commission?
Correct.
Okay. So that means, so that means we need a motion with a recommendation. Craig, did you have your hand raised? Okay. And Lois. Oh, there we go.
So I'd make an advisory recommendation for approval based on the upgrades that they made, and recommend and make the adjustments that you and Lois had in regards to the windows, simplifying the sizes, and then as well as the stone on the fireplace, extending that up to make it look more like a fireplace chimney.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well then, I'm not seeing any other hands raised, so that means by unanimous consent, we have the motion approved. Thanks, Brian. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, Craig, did you raise your hand again? Sorry. Okay, I getting a little punchy here. Okay. All right, so that takes care of new business. I guess for staff, I have a question regarding the informational items that we approved through consent agenda item. Are there or are there not people who wish to speak on these?
There are not speakers to address the last two items.
They couldn't last. But I'm glad everybody else did. I really appreciate everybody's participation, a full house. And I know I can tell the rest of the commission members how hard the staff has worked to prepare us for tonight. And we really owe them a lot of gratitude. And even a number of staff members who we didn't even know were there, 2 weeks ago. Tanya and Stefan. Yep. Hear all that applause you're getting?
I'd like to second the applause for Tanya and Stefan. You guys did an amazing job pulling this together.
Yeah, great. Thanks for your help too, Julie. We miss your stickers. Okay. So let's see. Any business by members? I can unmute you. I have the power to unmute you. Yes, Christian.
Yeah, I would just like to mention that since Jessica blew off most of the meeting, that at the next virtual meeting, she'd bring a virtual treat for all of us.
Sure.
Yeah, well, you were out having fun. We were sitting here charging through all of these agenda items. Okay.
Yeah, gotcha.
So May 27th or thereabouts is the next meeting. I appreciate it. And let's see, I had another hand raised here. Okay, I'm sorry, Rafiq.
So I know the last time we met in person, we were talking about going paperless. And I kind of supported that until we did it. And now I think it's very difficult to follow along when you don't have control of the presentation. So like if I want to reference something, I have to either close that screen and try to look it up online. Yeah. So is there a way that we can kind of get these done, or is that not part of the new game plan? Or
It's a great question, Rafiq. I think we can definitely talk about what works best for you as commissioners. I suppose I could turn my video on. And let us know what works. We can do a combination, a hybrid that's both digital and partial paper. I don't want to speak for Julie or Kevin, but we can figure something out.
And Janine, one question is, so this was a special meeting. Are we going back to our regular meetings now?
What that cake?
Now that we're not open to the public anymore.
So for podcast, currently we have a virtual meeting scheduled for May 27th, July 1st. That's what the Common Council had allowed. Mm-hmm. And so that's what we have on our calendar. Unless, I suppose it could change before then, Kevin.
Yeah.
Anything's possible.
I mean, right now we're going to proceed like the next two meetings are going to be in this format, and then we'll see. That could change depending on mayoral and Common Council orders. But I'd prepare to have May and June in this format for now.
Mm-hmm.
Are we likely to have as many agenda items on those meetings? Because we're way beyond our 16 nominal limit.
Not to mention our bedtime.
Yeah.
The next item, I know Julie's done an amazing job of keeping track of those things. I think we're not at the number we're at now yet, but that doesn't mean applications could still come in.
This I think was picking up 3 or 4 UDC meetings, and I think next one is only picking up 2, so it shouldn't be as much catch up as we had to do tonight.
We're currently at 10.
I will also really shout out about our chair of the UDC. Cliff did a great job.
Yes.
I know navigation first time can be really hard. So thanks for navigating it really well. So that I think it went really well, the meeting. And I'm really distracted by Julie's ice cream in the background.
Yeah.
No, I'm hungry.
It's like a major back rub. So one question I have, maybe, and this is Stefan and Tanya could help answer this. Is there a way to turn over the control of the presentation to the presenters? Because I think they're saying, you know, Janine, no, go to the next slide, the other slide. Can they be in control of that?
So there's no way to turn over control to them, but what we could do is have them present from their computer.
Okay.
The potential difficulty there, first off, they need to be promoted to a panelist temporarily to do that. So we'd want to make sure only one person from each organization did that. But if they are using a Mac, we sometimes run into compatibility problems. And that's not something that we can control.
Well, as an alternative, could they send Janine a kind of a presentation version of their application? So we're not going through 16, you know, civil engineering sheets to find the site plan.
Yeah, I mean, that's totally feasible. I think that's just something that Janine would have to work out with them. Yeah.
And then also what Rafiq was talking about is exactly the problem I had was because sometimes I wanted to zoom in on look more closely at a page that was 5 bullet. And I tried to get on, I have 2 screens going, and I tried to get on my other screen to look at the proposal, call it up, and flip through it myself. But it kept, I don't know if it's because so many people were on the Legistar, but it was just the wheel was going and I couldn't get things to come up. Is there a way to get to download it temporarily? Or, like I could just download PDFs, and because I do like paperless. I like the concept of it. I just want to be able to flip through it separately than the presentation.
I think there's a way to download PDFs from Legistar.
Okay.
If anything, I think you just right click on it maybe and go to download. That sound right, Janine?
I was going to say, I don't know about your guys' meeting, but a lot of the boards, commissions, and committees that we usually work with have packets put together that have all of the different legislative numbers and items out of Legistar and can just be downloaded as one giant thing that have everything in it.
That's a good idea.
That would be easier for us.
Can we do that for next meeting?
Look at it.
Yeah, because that's what I was doing, Lois, is I was pulling everything up off Legistar and zooming in. So I was looking off to the side. It didn't look like if I was doing a weird photo, that's what I was doing. I was looking at other screens.
Yeah,
If you have
it's tough on one screen.
I was going to say, for your reference, I do see that you guys are on our calendar for another virtual meeting on May 27th.
Perfect. And if you guys
go ahead.
And if you guys see me shutting down my video, just let you know my kids were running wild and screaming. And before bedtime, one of them was throwing tantrum. She wanted to sit and kiss me and good night. So I have to shut down the video and tackle that situation.
Okay. You sure it wasn't your wife?
Thank you all for your patience and your tenacity pushing through tonight. I'm sure you're going to have other questions, and maybe on how we can run things a little smoother. Just shoot us an email, and we'll work with our team to see what we can do to help you out.
Well, good. Thank you very much.
Sounds good. Thanks, Janine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you later.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
I think we adjourned by unanimous consent.
Yes, we
I would
did.
say.
And at 10:03, it's a record.
Wow.
Thank you.
Bye.
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 Bye.